Oh wait, did you turn something on?
Just our mic.
Okay. Freaking out.
Sorry.
Okay, we're ready.
Ready? Are we ready? Oh, you. We ready?
Yes.
Ready. Good evening. Welcome to the December 13th, 2022. We will start our meeting with before 5:40. So I ask for a motion.
I move to approve a motion to recess an executive session for approximately 45 minutes to discuss security measures for the protection of the governing body pursuant to KSA 75-4319B12. The justification for the executive session is to keep confidential the discussion of security measures that, if made in open session, would jeopardize the efficacy of such security measures. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at approximately 5:45 after the executive session is concluded.
Second. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? It passes 5-0. We'll return at 5:45.
Yes. Yes. Never seen the pavement stand next to you.
I agree, yeah.
All the time.
That was scary.
The IT, the problem doesn't exist when the IT person's there.
Good evening. Welcome to the December 13th, 2022 City Commission meeting, Lawrence City Commission meeting. Welcome you all here. We will start out. We've got a few announcements to make with Porter and Sherry.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I just have a few housekeeping items for the Zoom meeting tonight. And bear with me, I'm also letting people into the meeting.
Mayor, I'm not sure we're being heard.
Heard is the audio.
Can you hear? Can't hear?
Let me keep going. We'll work on the audio. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting unless you are speaking. The chat function for this public meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating in the meeting, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you could send me a chat. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Larson.
It's on there.
He's on. It's on now. Good. Thank you, Porter.
Sherry?
I'll go ahead
Yeah,
and
Sherry.
provide some comments on public comment. When the mayor calls for public comment, individuals attending in person should approach the podium to indicate they wish to speak. The podium can be raised and lowered, and we encourage you to use this feature to ensure your comments are heard. Individuals participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. Individuals will be called on in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. Please state your name before speaking, and all comments will be limited to 3 minutes, and you can line up at the podium. I think we have several people here to speak. It will just help us move through sooner if you get lined up when your item comes up instead of waiting for the other person to sit down. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. The commission just came back from an executive session. We started at 5 o'clock, and I just wanted to say that we have nothing to report from that. So we'll move on to approve the agenda. The city commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Are there any changes? Commission wants?
Move to approve the agenda?
Second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay. Thank you.
We've got IT call.
Okay. So do we want to continue?
No audio on.
No audio out there in the,
There's no audio out there.
Okay.
The audio in the lobby is not working. We have IT called.
You know, if you have audio online.
My understanding is that people on Zoom can hear.
Yeah, we can hear on Zoom, so.
okay. 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 So yeah, I guess they can't hear me. If they can't hear me, I was going to yell at them. Do we have an ETA on IT?
Order.
Is that working now? Is it? Yeah, they can hear now. Yeah.
Okay, we got it.
Good, good. All right, so we'll move on. Thank you very much for that information, and we'll move on into public comment. The public is allowed to speak on issues or items that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Comments should be limited to issues and items germane to the business of the governing body. The commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you. Kevin?
Good morning, my name is Kevin Elliott. I spoke last week, though I feel my words fell on deaf ears. This week, all I have to say is the city has failed. As of yesterday morning, even though the city website still said the North Lawrence camp was a settled matter until March, people received eviction notices and were being asked to leave. The camp is half empty. Despite having given your word and having the residents sign contracts, you decided to evict them without due process. I would ask for a legal ruling as to whether this was a legal eviction. While they didn't have contracts signed, they were given word. There was no due process from the courts. The sheriff didn't serve the eviction notice. I question whether it was a legal eviction. It was done on the weekend, mostly completed before the city commission met this evening, showing the city once again has a major lack of transparency and a lack of interest in community feedback. I'm very disappointed. I'm also very shocked and surprised when I spoke to 3 of the commissioners, who I will remain unnamed, and they were completely unaware of this. So apparently city staff is moving without communicating properly with leadership. I do hope that those people who made those decisions without properly communicating to the city leaders are called to account. The emergency winter shelter is vital. I'm a volunteer there, but it's a haphazard solution at best. It is only open at night. It forces the homeless to wander during the day, hoping to find a warming station. And besides having access to a 30-gallon tote to store their stuff, which they can only reach for a couple hours in the evening and in the morning, they have to carry their belongings singularly on a backpack or in their arms, perhaps a sleeping bag. The homeless are forced to give up their personal belongings as they're unable to drag them around during the day and as they're forced to wander. They only have access to their totes for a couple hours in the early morning and evening. At the camp, there was a level of order. There was access to regular donations from the community, tents, gloves, hats. Some of those are available at the winter shelter only to those who show up. And they're not readily accessible. They have to be requested. They also had access at the camps to regular health care, social services from Burt Nash, social services from other organizations. I have already heard from other organizations that they have had difficulty finding their clients as they've been scattered to the wind. You moved these people to North Lawrence. You took away their homes. You bulldozed their homes. And some city staff ridiculed them as that happened, only to move them again. It's a shame. The city has failed. I can already say for a fact that there already are uncontrolled burns to keep people warm, illegal access to electricity, and more people on the street asking for a couple dollars so they can get a cup of coffee or something to eat. You have enhanced the problems that you're directed to correct.
Time.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate your thoughts.
I'm homeless today. I'm staying here. You can call the police and have me escorted. You did not help the homeless. You
Kevin.
made them more desperate.
Kevin.
You did not help the city of Lawrence. You
Kevin.
increased desperation. I understand I'm out of order.
Kevin, you're out of order. And this is your warning. If you do not step back, I'm going to have to
be arrested for what you've done to the city of
This meeting is recessed until the disruptive party is removed from the building.
terms of tone deafness and irresponsibility. There will be a cold snap soon. Moreover, the optics of evicting people just before the holidays couldn't be worse. I have heard people speak about Ebenezer Scrooge. I've heard more about commissioners not knowing what happened. I sent an email to you, Madam Mayor, as well as to the other commissioners this morning, expressing a more engaged and outlined view of what has been going on, in my opinion. I thank Commissioner Sellers for her immediate response. My own view of it is that this was a terribly cruel decision, and I will hold you accountable for your lack of compassion toward our homeless brothers and sisters. These people are people. They are members of our community. It is our responsibility to take care of them and to listen respectfully to what they need. I'm sure that you're aware of this. I hope that we can all work together to make things better for them, to avoid the kinds of issues that are preventing people from going to the temporary winter shelter, to find housing for them, to actually listen to them. I think I'm doing pretty well on time, am I not?
Yeah, you got a minute.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, this is what teaching will do for you. It'll help you really pack it in. But I just want to tell you that I was stunned when I saw this. To me, this is a terrible decision. And I don't know, I mean, Mr. Owens, what purpose, Madam Mayor, what purpose was this supposed to have served? If there was any positive, constructive purpose, you certainly haven't achieved it. All you've done is make people angry, disappointed, frustrated, and doubting your leadership. I regard this as a betrayal of your elected role as an official in this community. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alchemy Roanoke. I'm here today because the City of Lawrence arbitrarily decided it necessary to disperse the city-run houseless encampment in North Lawrence and force an already oppressed community into further misery. This is no isolated incident. Even before the tent city existed, our unhoused neighbors have been subjected to harassment by police, forced relocations, and utter negligence by the city government. Tearing down the camp is no less than class warfare by the capitalist class, the business owners, their corporate-funded politicians, and their bloated, overfunded police. Houselessness is not a personal failing, nor is it a failure of the system, but an intentional feature of capitalist society to punish workers and poor people. Funding this tent city was literally the least the city could do. And it is an utter disgrace that we are here begging you not to destroy even that tiny modicum of security for the people most punished by this inhumane system. If the city wanted to right now, it could house every single houseless person in Lawrence. But they won't, not unless we make them. The demand has always been and will always be housing for all, housing as a human right. Barring that, it is the city council's obligation to rebuild the tent city, pass income protections for all Lawrenceans, and hire a full-time public defense eviction attorney for all Lawrenceans subject to the violence of eviction by predatory landlords. The city must declare a state of emergency for the tent city to remain open. These are simple demands, and if you wanted to, you could pass them today. But you won't, because the city of Lawrence is not accountable to the people, but rather to a small group of business owners and to their oligarchic donors. Masses of people in Lawrence, the United States, and all over the world are forced into poverty and houselessness, addiction and ill health by the depravities of capitalism. The city government and their donors, the business owners and their police who protect private property at the cost of human life should consider there are more of us than you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, your name?
Hi, my name is Dean Robinson. I'm here today because the city has decided to remove the homeless camp in North Lawrence. As someone who has volunteered at the winter emergency shelter, I can tell you that it is not adequate to house as many people that were staying at the camp. On a good night, whenever I volunteered, there's been a max of about 40 people in the community building. While it says that it can house at least 70 people per night, I don't think that's feasible. With the amount of volunteers and staff that the city is currently providing at the winter emergency shelter, I don't think that would be nearly as adequate as what is necessary for housing all the people. As well, I think that it is absolutely abhorrent that the city commissioners easily kick out a homeless man who was just here trying to find some place to stay, and you're just willing to walk out of the room and make him leave. So I hope that you guys try to change your state of mind and hopefully try to care about some of these people here. But at this point, I'm not so sure. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Christian, and I'm from Lawrence. I'm here on behalf of my son. He was released from prison 6 months ago, and he has been looking for place to live. He has a job, but they won't rent to him because he has a criminal record. He paid his dues, and he just wants to get his life back on track. He is faced with a lot of discrimination. On every place he's been, now we have found out that now landlords charge a service fee of $50 to $100 just to do a background check, which costs another $50 to $75, plus another $85 for the application fee. And it usually ends up to be about $300 of non-refundable money just to apply for an apartment. That doesn't include the deposit and the first month's rent. He had one landlord tell him, because he has a criminal record, that they wanted at least 4 months' rent or 1 year of rent in order for them to rent to him. Right now, he's gone to the outreach program. They have not been very helpful. They offered him a tent. Well, he can't stay in a homeless situation where there's a lot of people doing drugs because he's not supposed to be around people like that. Plus, he needs a stable address. Another thing is they decided that, well, they did get him a motel room, but now they just, 2 weeks ago, they told him, or a week ago, they told him they weren't going to pay for it anymore. And that day they told him that, he was just turned down again for rent, for applying for a place to rent. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I don't know what else he's supposed to do if the landlords are not going to rent to him. I mean, he's a very clean, tidy person. He's highly skilled. So, I mean, anything that breaks, he can fix it because he's a builder. He had a business before he broke the law, and he's just, like I said, he's just trying to get on track. And I'm just asking the city commission to please do something with these landlords about it used to be when I moved here 25 years ago, Lawrence used to be a real friendly town. You can get a place to rent anywhere. Now you can't. The first thing they ask him is, are you a student? And if you're a student, they give you a discount. If he's not a student, what rent they advertise, they give him a higher price. So there's something very wrong with going on with Lawrence with the rental situation. And I hope that the city commission can address that. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen. Hi.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Oliva. Like many of you here, I'm here to talk about affordable housing and our homeless problem. Not about solutions, but about problems, specifically the problems that led us into this current crisis. I constantly hear about the problems that Johnny's Camp is causing on local life and businesses, but I don't hear the problems, I don't hear people addressing the allowing of private or large property management companies and private equity to come in and buy all of our affordable housing and single-family homes, raising rents to whatever is best for the bottom line of these companies. For example, just last year, two property management companies came in and bought Jayhawk Mobile and Brookwood Mobile, respectively. Once they were in there, they raised rents. Dozens were evicted. They couldn't no longer afford it. People who lived there for years, people who owned their own trailer, they just couldn't afford their lot rent anymore and couldn't afford to move it. This is not an isolated incident. Large management companies own roughly 70% of the housing stock in the city. Right now, I can get on Airbnb and find over 1,000 homes that can be rented from $35 to $175 a night. Over 1,000. When companies come in and raise the floor of what's affordable, then it's creating a ceiling of unaffordability for the rest of us. By city estimates, there are roughly 200 unhoused community members. And I can't for the life of me make sense of a city and a commission that would spend 30% of the city budget on a police force that is a similar size in number. And they would call that justifiable, and yet they would allow 200 of their citizens to just sleep on the street. A city commission that would invest $12 million in a new shooting range for that same police force instead of $12 million on a project that would end homelessness in this community. It's shameful, it's disgusting, and maybe Ms. Valdez should not be the only one to face a recall. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kirby Evers. I'm born and raised here in Lawrence. You've seen me before. I gotta say, in the best case scenario, this is a big case of miscommunication, and at the worst case, this seems like an ill thought out plan, a result of bureaucracy, whatever we find out. What's important going forward is that we try to rectify these things. It's clear that scattering the homeless population has created problems. Who knew? Having them in a centralized place is important. Also making sure that centralized place is equipped to hold all of them, to service all of them, to make sure that they have the proper day and night access to that, that shelter is important. People work at night. People are trying to get into like new situations, and it's really hard when you're only allowed to be there at night for a lot of people. This has been a whole mess that I felt like could have been avoided, but I'll be honest, I'm not a city commissioner. I don't know what you guys are going through. I don't know what troubles there are in communication. Calling all of you, it was pretty clear there was a lack of communication within the city commission on what exactly was going on here. Some people are saying that the city manager seems to be acting on its own, in which case that needs to be reined in. And if it's part of the commission, you guys probably need to rethink the strategy here. Kind of just hitting the bee's nest at this point. And so, yeah, my speeches are pretty short usually with these. Anyway, as my dad would say, get your shit together. Thank you.
Hi.
Evening, City Commission. My name is Xavier Ruckman, and unfortunately, I don't have anything kind of prepared in front of me like the others. However, it was a few days ago that I learned that they were going to be taking down the houseless camp in North Lawrence, and I thought that couldn't possibly be. How could something like that be done? Forgive me, I'm a little nervous. I've never been good with public
You're fine.
speaking. Thank
You're
you.
okay.
I would have had somebody a lot more confident here to carry what I wanted to say. That's my younger brother. He's 25 years old. However, he didn't want to be here today because he had told me that no one here, the city of Lawrence, the city commission, wouldn't listen to him. He's a houseless individual. So he's out there in very, very cold weather, as you might imagine, in the dead of winter. And I get to wonder if, you know, he's going to live throughout the night. I don't know how to put the intense anger and sadness that I have for the city of Lawrence. I was born here. I moved back here about 6 years ago. And I've just been seeing our houseless individuals increasing in number. I know a lot of people have spoken about the homeless shelter. I don't know if any of you have been there. I have. My mother was there, and my younger brother was there, and my mother was fortunate. Got out of there, got housing, with a lot of fight, that is. My brother elected not to stay there. He elected to stay out in the woods over the shelter. And I didn't understand why. But when you walk in there, you do understand. And you can see. The staff do not care. It took us 20 minutes to find a staff member. They've had an outbreak of bed bugs. I mean, just every little detail. My brother nearly went insane in something or some place that is supposed to be helping our houseless individuals. I don't know if you are aware, City Commission, of an individual, houseless individual that died quite recently. Susan, yes. I knew Susan personally. She was over at my mother's house. She's a good friend. And she died over in Tent City, just behind Burton Ash. I was told that she died crying out for help and alone. And I thought, I couldn't believe it. Rather, I was beside myself.
Thank you, Xavier.
Hi, my name is Jam Hoffman. I'm here today because our neighbors, our friends and family, mothers and fathers, sisters, brothers, sons and daughters are suffering as a result of decisions made by the city government without the consent and approval of the people who live and work here. Lisa and Craig have decided on their own to close the support camp that dozens of our neighbors live in. Without consulting the population or the city commission, the officials elected to govern the city of Lawrence. After being promised that they wouldn't have to move again after being moved into the city's support camp, these people, our neighbors, are being evicted but have nowhere to go except the limited space of the emergency winter shelter and 2 sites designated by the city. Those sites are places that people moved away from because they were unsafe and felt that they were unfit for living. How can we, as citizens of Lawrence, say that we are a welcoming, compassionate city open to all when we force our own citizens to freeze on the street, then take away every available resource our government extended to them just a few short months later that led to 1 woman dying and surely many more in the future? How can we, the people of Lawrence, pat ourselves on the back and congratulate ourselves for being a progressive haven when hundreds of our neighbors face starvation and frostbite because of our inaction, and specifically your inaction? Nobody deserves to be treated this way, especially when every decision has been made by a small handful of the wealthiest people in the city and not the people as a whole. This is not democracy, at least not for us, and certainly not for our friends and family sleeping in tents and on the streets every night. Keep the camp open, fully fund and support it, provide housing for the hundreds of people sleeping outside every night, and end the war on homeless people in Lawrence. I'm going to stop talking now, but I'm sure as hell not going to thank any of you until you do your damn jobs.
My name is Brandon Snow, no relation. And I live, here in Lawrence. I don't have any notes to go off of because like so many other key things in my living situation, I had no prior information that any of this was happening. So I'm just going to speak from the heart. I am staying behind Johnny's Tavern like I did a year ago last winter when we had no help from the city and we made it through. Not easily, but we made it through. When I first heard that there was going to be city help, I was hopeful because help would be appreciated. But it turned out to be not help as much as trying to run our lives and our situations, which we, believe it or not, can do ourselves. I have a tent, I have a couch, a bed, a living room table, well, just a table, because it's the only room. And as far as I know, it's going to be bulldozed at any point in time. I can't just move those things down to the cold shelter, nor would I want to because I'm comfortable with where my home is now. And there's so many people like me that just don't need to be told what to do or how to do it. a hand would be nice, but just rules that are unnecessary and like unregulated for the most part, set by people who don't understand what they're trying to regulate, are very unhelpful. I do appreciate the thought, but it seems to me like that's all it really was a thought. I just would appreciate if you maybe put yourselves in our shoes before you made these decisions for us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Brandon.
Hi, I'm Teresa. I also did not prepare comments, but I just want to say that I think there have been movements made in the right direction in terms of bolstering the resources for our homeless and houseless individuals. But I think this is a step in the wrong direction. We need to approach it from a multi-pronged approach, which includes short-term solutions and robust, because it's the difference between being freezing and potentially dying or not. So I think we have to make sure that our short-term response is just as comprehensive as what we're putting into place longer term. I also, this is an aside because this is just my experience, and I have not been houseless before, but every time it rains or there's sleet or there's snow, and I see people daily in my work life who are at the behest of the elements, it's just awful imagining them outside with possibly not even gloves. And I also understand that it is a complex issue. And I think it comes down to the fact that we're all human and we all have basic needs. And there's no way to take care of somebody's physical or mental health needs or substance abuse needs if we're not caring for their most fundamental physiological needs, which include food, security, safety, I think housing. Yeah, housing's on there. So, So I know we can improve at this, but we really have to make sure we're keeping on course. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Lillian Schrader. I'm a student at KU.
Sorry, what was your name? I didn't catch it.
Lillian Schrader.
Lillian. Okay, thank you.
So I'm here to talk about the homeless situation in Lawrence. I think you guys are well aware that people are kind of upset about evicting people from the tent city. And we all know that the tent city was not perfect. It did have its problems, but I think that getting rid of it and evicting people from it is just exacerbating the problems we have. And sorry, I haven't talked publicly in a while.
You're fine.
I know you want people to go to the winter shelter, but it just does not have the capacity. And the homeless shelter in town also doesn't have the capacity. They are already very full and overworked. And the tent city was filling a need in Lawrence. And evicting everyone from it is not going to help these people. And it is kind of the opposite direction of what we need to do to solve the problem. Frankly, the problem's never going to be 100% fixed anyway, and we know this, but getting rid of the tent city the tent city itself was not the problem. It's that it doesn't have enough funding, it doesn't have enough support, and it was frankly kind of, you set up tents and hoped it went okay, but it needs more support, and evicting people from it is not going to solve that. And I'm also going to end this, my talk's not very long, I'm going to end this by saying that, like, I'm not the person who can tell you how to solve this. I can't tell you what it's like living there, because I haven't, but I think you need to talk to some people that have and can tell you what the real problems are and what needs to change. So, thank you.
Thank you, Lillian.
My name is Zachary Blakesley. I don't know. I've been there about a week and a half, maybe more, and all I've seen is everything from the city saying like you have to leave by Tuesday or something like that. But I moved my tent recently because mine got blown away by the wind, and they wouldn't provide me with a new one. So I had to go out and spend my disability money that I was saving up for an apartment to buy a new tent and camping supplies to survive out there. There's more people here in Lawrence that could help, but if they can't help, that's okay. But there's more people homeless out here. There's more people than beds, and a state of emergency needs to be called, basically, where Tent City is basically the only place that can accommodate that. And I've been in and out of homelessness for a while, but from what I've seen, there's so many amazing people there that really really help a lot. And it's so great to see people that really have nothing can help so severely in your life. Thank you.
Thank you, Zachary.
Hi, my name's Tiffany Kopp. Sorry. As a Lawrence resident, I deserve more respect than I am receiving. I refuse to go to the shelters because I have severe anxiety and PTSD. I don't feel safer in large groups, but I feel safe in my tent. It's my home for now. I can't leave my belongings behind because I have kids. I'm trying to get my shit together, but it's not easy in the city of Lawrence. Stuff that I am worried about is losing everything that I've worked for. Like my kids' stuff, my kids' birth certificates. I don't have family to put anything up. Sorry. It's not easy for us to move tents. I've had to move several times. I lived near Bertram more than once. I had to move from Johnny's to the other side of Johnny's because guys just wanted us to. I don't want to be bulldozed. I feel safe there. I don't feel safe around a whole bunch of people in the homeless community. There's a select few that I actually care about and actually want to be around. You guys don't understand. Taking this away is taking away our homes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rowan Schrank. Kind of goes without saying for the most part that a maximum of 5 days is not normally adequate time or adequate notice for somebody moving all of their belongings and traveling, especially if they're unlikely to have access to things like a car or the resources to make an emergent move like that. And as other people have been stating, there's a number of reasons why the Lawrence Community Shelter, which is normally full, or the winter emergency shelter might not be an option, either because people are afraid of catching things like COVID in an indoor space that's very crowded, or people who have anxieties that can't be accommodated in that type of environment. And that's setting aside even just, like I was saying, the difficulty of people moving. But there's a couple questions that I was wanting to ask to be considered, which are, who made this decision? It was very unclear. And there hasn't, if there have been announcements about how this decision was made, I haven't seen them despite looking. What is going to be done in the future to prevent this kind of decision from being made and executed on without having an opportunity for public comment and input? I heard, haven't verified the statement that you guys weren't even notified that this was going to happen. And if that's the case, how was this decided on and executed without the city commission being notified? And what's going to prevent that from being an issue in the future for other very important things that affect our most vulnerable community members? The last thing was I just wanted to mention that I would really appreciate it if you guys supported and worked on implementing the ordinance to protect people from source of income discrimination, because that would
Ma'am?
help a lot.
We'll talk about that later, okay? Thank you.
But that's mostly what I wanted to say. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening. I know that you guys mean well.
Thank you, Rowan.
Natalia Lowther. I'm a homeowner, property owner in both Lawrence and Douglas County. I'm outraged at the closure of the support camp in such an abrupt and heartless manner. There are always multiple ways to achieve the same ends. The city's desired end, to close the support camp because the winter emergency shelter is open. Method used: issue eviction notices on a Friday, requiring some people to vacate the camp as of earlier today. People had no warning and no opportunity to get more information. This is unacceptably cruel. Alternative: close the camp by attrition, as individual solutions are found for individual people. This could be done without a single eviction notice. Capacity isn't everything. Beds may help some people survive in extreme weather, but just beds do not allow people to get their feet on the ground. Beds are not housing. Those at the camp had, for a short time, homes and had a hope of improving their lives, a solid ground from which to build. The heartless action of city staff to post eviction notices is not a new thing. In 2010, I pulled an owner-occupant permit with the city to renovate the home I had bought. I assumed I could live there once I considered it habitable, since I was the owner-occupant. Instead, I received a leaked copy of an internal Development Services email stating that they had the eviction notice ready on their desk, ready to post if they thought I was occupying my home. My home at that point in the renovation had heat, hot and cold running water, drains, electricity, internet service and Wi-Fi, hot plates, rice cookers, ways of cooking, a refrigerator, everything I needed to live. Instead of living in my home, I was forced to spend a very cold and snowy winter covertly living in the unheated, unplumbed, internetless garage of my former home, which I had leased out on the assumption that owner-occupant permit meant I could occupy my own home. While surviving the winter without heat or plumbing, I was able...
Time. Natalia, thank you very much for your time.
Hi, my name is Cyan. Closing down that camp is an act of violence. What sort of city prides itself on its so-called progressive heritage, but threatens its most vulnerable citizens with evictions from the place that it supposedly considers a support camp. Call it what it is, this is violence. A few weeks ago, an unhoused woman passed away at the camp. Her name was Susan. Now this happened once again at the so-called support camp. The city should have provided her with the necessary services, but the city failed her. Her blood is on your hands, and she isn't the first one to die on these streets this year or in the past. All of their blood is on your hands. Stop evicting the campers, keep the camp and support it. The campers need services, not evictions and threats of violence, especially since the city is so concerned with protecting their property, the tents and all the stuff that was the cots and stuff, but they are willing to enact this violence on the campers and destroy their stuff. Means that you guys are cared only about your property and not these people. Once again, this camp cannot be shut down, and you guys need to do your jobs to care for our people, not for landlords, not for the big businesses, because that's not who you represent. You represent the people of Lawrence. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. I just wanted to say it's absolute BS that you're evicting people with less than 30-day notice. That's just common sense right there. Also, why can't we have both a shelter and allowing people to camp? I mean, that doesn't seem like it should be that controversial. And the real question I want to ask is, didn't we, a few years ago, we passed this strategic plan. So I've just been thinking, is what's going on with this camp and the whole homeless situation, is this a product of the strategic plan? I mean, not just this, but it seems everything. It's all like, how does it align with the strategic plan? So my question is, does the strategic plan call for treating the homeless like livestock, herding them around the city from place to place where they think they'll be the least of a nuisance? Because I mean, that seems what's going on right now. So if the strategic plan doesn't call for that, does that mean city management is not implementing the strategic plan correctly? I mean, what is the answer? Is it the strategic plan is causing this, or is it that city management isn't implementing the strategic plan correctly? So, and also, I just want to say, I think it's kind of BS that we can spend $100,000 for outside consultants to update the city's logo and branding. It just seems that we're more concerned with economic growth than we are with our own people growth. Thank you.
I'm Sherilyn Wells. You know, I've had people tell me that they felt an older black man, I mean, probably younger than me, felt like he was being driven into psychosis, sleeping outside. You're driving these people crazy, herding them around from one place to another. If they weren't disturbed before, it's like, I feel like you're manufacturing madness. You know, I don't want to get, I've said it before, I have been so disappointed in mental health reform. It was clear to me a long time ago, there was not a clear, well thought out plan for this. Because homelessness among people with psychiatric disabilities seemed to increase almost immediately. But you know, it's not that I don't think Brute Nash does a good job, but I think they kind of paint a picture that doesn't quite correspond with reality. There isn't any housing for a lot of these people. And you know, Matthew Falk, who's a little more honest than some people, there is not enough support to keep them housed or to do what they do, because you have people that have very deep needs that we're not going to have those awful state hospitals anymore, but we didn't plan for people that have real deep needs, and they've ended up, a few of them have died right here, city of Lawrence, because I met them.
But you know, it's like trying to be honest about things. I feel like it's almost impossible because, you know, we've got to paint a pretty picture. Otherwise, it just doesn't seem to keep people happy.
Carolyn. Hi.
My name is Elisha Keeling, and I want to start by saying before this camp opened up, I was camping alone, and I've had drug problems and issues. Well, since this camp has opened up, I've had people around me, and I've made like family with the people. And my tent blew down 2 times, built it back up again, built it back up again, because I thought that we were going to be staying there, and if you guys move us out of there, it's just going to split us all up, and there's nowhere else to go. So I don't know what to do, whether just end up being on the street camping somewhere else, hiding from the police or something like that, or if we can still stay at this place over here where we have it more structured and put together to where we know where we're at, where we're going. I have a lot of stuff that I've acquired, and I feel like I'm doing better with life. So if I have to leave, where's all my stuff going to go? I don't have family here. I don't have, you know, I have some friends with houses, but I'm not going to be like, hey, will you be my storage unit for now? Like, the place we're at right now, it started off kind of rocky, but the people who are there, like Jen and the other Jen right here, they put in a lot of work just to make sure that we keep it together. There's people that are falling apart in other places. They find this spot over here, they come over and we help build them back up. So taking it down and stopping it right now would be a big mistake. That's all I gotta say right now. Like, just watch it grow into something good and see the impact it's changed for a lot of people's lives.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jen Adams. I'm the camp mom. I know there was a lot of doubts on this place doing any good, but believe it or not, these people, they have moved there, they've come together. They're actually coming from being hermits to, they've bonded, and we've built a community out there. When one person starts to go down, everybody's there to help build it back up. We don't leave anybody to just deal. And by closing this down, you're destroying all that's been built. We've got a good thing going. It started off really rocky with a lot of problems. But what community, anything you try to do, it's always going to be problems at first. People getting used to each other. People getting used to living by next door to somebody. But they're doing it. They're actually figuring out what it takes to get back to life and to go back inside. If you stop it now, you're taking it past ground zero. You're going to just ruin it completely. There won't be another shot. I hope you guys can rethink all this and figure out something different, because this is not the right way to go at all. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Hey guys, I'm Timothy Olson. As you know, I'm a homeless guy, and luckily I got a house, but I just got it yesterday, and I can't even enjoy it because this hurts me as much as if I was out there, guys. This is bad. They're slamming the door on what we've committed into a family. We worked on it. We made a kitchen. We made places to stay that we felt safe with. We had partners and people that we cared about next to us, and we all have a lot of hard times out on our own, but we're together here, and we actually work together. We help each other understand simpler ways or better ways we can get by, or places we can go to get what we need. To have it shut down is just way backwards. It is. I mean, the money that was spent on this already, it's ridiculous to just throw it away. It's going to be in the dumpster tomorrow. They'll plow it or whatever. They've done this to me before. I've been plowed out before by the city. And it hurts, because then you're starting from fresh again. They're taking everything that we got. We built up a little something, a family.
We were tight. We started watching, governing, and taking care of our own. To take it away from us, it's just not going to work. I'm lucky. I'm on my own. I'm okay. I got a place. But I'm not going to stop. These guys need help, and this is wrong. We can't just slam the door like that. It's really important that we do something different and let these people hang in there, because we've got stuff in our tents. We can't just pack up and walk away with it all. I mean, we've got a few things we've managed to put together here and there. There's no way everybody can put it in a backpack and run away and just put up another tent down the street. So that's what's going to end up happening. People are going to have to go back out to where they were, in different spots. And it's hard because we became family, and it was tight. I mean, it started out really rough, don't get me wrong. But it came around, and people do care about each other, and we do have a way with each other. We help each other a lot. I mean, one guy needs to get warm, we make sure he's over by the fire. We get everybody taken care of somehow. We get them there. We've even had a few strays that have caused problems, but it goes on us. We can't put everything into what's gone down the way it has. It's you slam together a bunch of people, you're going to have issues. Well, we've pounded out a lot of the issues, and we made a headway. To slam us now would it just diminish everything that you guys already threw together for us.
Thank you, Timothy.
Thank you.
My name is Autumn Colbeth. I've lived here in Lawrence for a couple years now. Like you guys, being citizens of Lawrence, I have a question for you. Is this how you would want to be treated as citizens of Lawrence? Because I need to remind all of you that it takes just one natural disaster, one death of a loved one, one loss of your job, and you could be homeless too. And so, again, is this what you would want for yourself? And is this how you would want to be treated? Thank you.
You've been given all the reasons already why you need to do something.
Michael, would you mind stating your full name, please? Thank you.
My name is Lawrence Accountability Mayor. I apologize.
Thank you.
You guys have been given all the moralistic reasons and the reasons why we as a city need to do something other than spending money on a logo and spending money on artwork, and let's spend some money on the people. What I'm going to give you is the legal reasons why you kind of have to, okay? KSA 582501 is called the tenant at will clause. Okay, you guys have created tenants at will out there. You provided dumpsters. You provided water. You provided porta potties. You provided services out there through Burt Nash. You committed to providing employees out there. You created a tenant at will situation. You housed them there. You let them move there. KSA 582504 requires a 30-day notice for you to terminate that. Requires. Doesn't say you can or you might. It says requires. And this whole over the weekend crap is a load. And Craig, I hope your phone's burned today over that. Additionally, you don't have enough beds in this city to house all of the homeless people. What that means is now we're looking to the Ninth Circuit case, Martin versus the city of Boise, which they ruled that if you don't have enough beds to house them all, then you cannot shut their camp down. It's a Ninth Circuit case. Granted, we're in a different circuit. Judging from the number of people you have here, there might be somebody willing to argue that a little bit. I like Derek. I had a good conversation with Derek the other night, but unfortunately, he's going to come in here tonight and give you a presentation about unmistakable identity. And I want to beg with him, Derek, I hope that you will come up here and express.
Michael, please address it to the commission.
Okay,
please.
I'm
Thank
asking you, Mr. Mayor, to ask Derek how he feels the homeless situation affects the unmistakable identity that we have of Lawrence.
I'm going to close with a couple of my own little things because I told you a few weeks ago I was being sent evidence by people. Rich, I've been sent, I'm sorry, Mayor, I want to let you know, if you would let the police chief know that I've been sent information, actually a video, showing police tackling a woman and medics injecting her with something without doing an assessment. I'd like to know how that happens. Our police aren't qualified to do those assessments. That's disturbing. Very disturbing. The last thing I'm going to do is I'm pushing send on an email that comes to all of you, including the chief of police, and it's a bias complaint because that jaywalking ticket, the only one issued this year to a homeless person, was straight up bias.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Kyle Owens. It's going to be really hard to follow that up. I just want to say that what's going on with the camp is like unjustifiable and like completely like unacceptable. It's the issue of homelessness is incredibly difficult, but it's too easy to fall into apathy or to fall into neglect and simply abandon people. And there is always a better way to treat people. And that's all. Thank you. Thank you, Kyle. Any more general public comment? Any, sir? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Timothy Brown. I was under the understanding, and most of the community was under the understanding, that this camp was opened and started to take the first steps in addressing the homeless issue within our community. And now that you've forced a lot of individuals into this camp by enacting ordinances and other rules, not allowing them to camp elsewhere, they have begun to feel secure and build, some sort of sense of normalcy. Not only that, they've built a community themselves where they can network and share other ideas of how to better their situation. And now you're just going to disperse them back out into the community, close this down, take away any sense of security that they have. What's the point? What's the point of all the time, money, and taxpayer effort that you've spent to start this just to throw it all away? I don't understand. And I'm sure a lot of people in our community don't understand. Here, they have some sense of security. They have the ability to network and share ideas that will better their situation. They have the ability to access the mental health, addiction, job training facilities that are offered in our community. And now you're just going to take what little bit they have away. I myself am homeless. I'm thankful that I have the skills and ability to retain a job and work towards getting myself out of homelessness. I'm working with Bert Nash. I've worked with Bert Nash Homeless Outreach, and they've helped me out a great deal. Unfortunately, they're not able to help me anymore because of whatever reason. But I've run into multiple obstacles within this community from landlords on fees upon fees upon fees just to apply for an apartment. Okay, because of my background issues or because of financial issues, they have made it so impossible. The criteria is so impossible unless you're a student. And these are issues that need to be addressed as well in our community to allow the people that are in homelessness to transition back into having a house. And that's all they want is safety and security. You get safety and security, then you start to think differently on how to better your situation. That's what they have now with the camp. That's why their city started this camp. That's what they said anyways. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Any more general public comment on this item? On the general public comment? We have, ma'am, we can only speak one time, okay? Sorry. Okay. Hi.
Hi, my name is Cricket Green.
I'm an outraged renter in Lawrence, and I'm outraged because this is displacement. This is displacement, this is violence, and ultimately, this is the position that the city of Lawrence has on the war against poverty. These people have found community, and they have found safety and understanding. Word.
Thank you. Any more public comment from the audience? General public comment? If not, Sherry will go to Zoom.
Yes, if you're on Zoom and would like to provide general public comment, please raise your virtual hand. There's no public comment via Zoom, Mayor. Oh, here we go. Melanie Valdez.
Sorry, I'm going to start my video. This is Melanie Valdez. I am currently the interim executive director at Lawrence Community Shelter. And I have had the pleasure of speaking with most of the commissioners this past week. And I can say, for anyone that says that any of us do not care, I don't believe that is true. There has been a lot of discussion on the part of LCS and among our staff, and also from what I've heard from most of the city commissioners. And people do care very much. And as we all know, this issue is very complex. It's hard to find the right answer. And often the things we may try or the answers or solutions we may come to may not turn out to be the best. And we are human. And sometimes those decisions turn out to not have the outcome that we hope. And from what I've heard tonight from many of our houseless folks is they are seeking a sense of community. And they found that at the campsite, but they could find that beyond where they are camping and beyond their small communities. What they are asking is for us to meet them where they are, to understand their needs, their goals, their dreams, their desires, and have people sit by them and help them and support that. And as a community, we should be offering that to all of our citizens, all of our community members. And one thing that I do ask the City Commission is one thing that we ask ourselves at Lawrence Community Shelter every day. Are we making this decision out of control, or is it safety? We don't need to control human beings that are already facing trauma, suffering, vulnerable, and some of the worst circumstances that many people do not have to ever face, trying to find a way out, asking for solutions, asking to feel like people care. So I do feel that as a community that we can find better solutions, act in a trauma-informed manner, use best practices and keep those in mind, engage in harm reduction, and find solutions to decrease the amount of people having to camp, and figure out ways we can support them in storing belongings, having their pets with them, and finding solutions to housing to get that ultimate goal that we all know is the solution. And I am hoping that Lawrence Community Shelter can be a big part of that. We do care very much. We have people that are very passionate, that work hard, and we want to be a part of the solution. And I am hoping that we can continue to engage and talk. Melanie, thank you. It's time. Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom? Sherry?
Yes, Mayor. Belinda Lavon.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me, commissioners?
Yes, yes.
Hi, thank you. Melinda Lavon, 6th in Ohio. I'm not here on any behalf of an organization. I'm just here as myself. I was kind of busy all over the state this year doing other stuff. And I'm really just kind of heartbroken that I get back to being able to attend what's going on in our city and county. And I feel like I'm back to where I started the year, where we are still working on tent cities and maps actually at the county level. We just had a leadership change. Congratulations to our new mayor and vice mayor. I do hope that you guys can have some conversations about how to coordinate things better. I also hope all of the commissioners demand better communication from your teams, because you deserve that, and you also need that information to be able to make informed decisions. Let me give you a really specific example. And I think this is really just unfortunate timing. But, last year we had a tent city that had access to energy and water, and more access to services, as opposed to being over the bridge that gets impassable really in bad weather. You moved them out of my neighborhood to North Lawrence, and then put up the new Woody sign on the same weekend that the tent started coming down. And so it just, the kind of lack of coordination and kind of thinking about what kind of image we want as Lawrence going forward is the things that we need you guys to work on this year, now that we've had a new change and we're getting ready for 2023 and all the things we're facing. I am excited for you tonight that you have the opportunity to take some action. But we really need some things to be rethought out here when it comes to the tents, because closing this off and running the night only program, that's another thing. When it comes to planning, everything has to math. It has to math, right? The math has to work out. And so looking at the number of beds that are available versus the number of people needing them, the winter shelter is not appropriate, and relying on more and more volunteer work, unpaid labor from the community as we help our neighbors is also not what we talked about when we put those 3 positions in the budget to specifically address housing and housing services. So thank you for listening to everybody tonight and continuing to work on our housing problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Anybody else on Zoom?
No one else has indicated they wish to speak here.
Okay, that'll be it. So I think we'll take a quick break here. We've been here for 2 hours. This commission has anyway for meetings, so we're going to take a short 10-minute break. Okay, thank you. Ready? Okay, we're back. We're going to continue on to item D of our consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comment. Are there any commissioners that want to pull anything off the agenda? No? Anybody in the public that would like to pull an item off the agenda? How about on Zoom? No, Mayor. Okay, I'll ask for a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 5-0. Move on to item E. F, the work session. The work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take no binding action on items presented during this time. Work session topics are eligible for live public comment, and each person will be limited to 3 minutes. So, Derek?
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. I'm Derek Rogers.
Derek, hang on a second. Sound? Do we have sound? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
We can, but it's very quiet.
It's very quiet. Can we adjust that?
Exactly the same.
Can you hear us out there?
No,
Did it say yes?
I saw thumbs up.
Okay, go ahead, Derek.
Good evening, City Commissioners and Mayor. I'm here tonight with Jake Baldwin, MSO engineer, and Kyle Berg from HNTP design firm, and along with some KDOT representatives. And we're going to talk tonight about the gateways of the city and some opportunities that are going on with some construction around Lawrence that we're going to see not only this summer, but next year. A quick overview of tonight's presentation. We'll talk about gateways and entrances along major corridors and a point where someone gets a sense of entering the city, and that it communicates a sense of place. We'll take a look at unmistakable identity outcome, the KPIs, the key performance indicators, and the 2040 plan regarding the gateways. Then we'll hear from Kyle Berg, HNTP design firm, about the SLT at the Iowa and South Lawrence Traffic Way interchange, what's going on there, and aesthetics and design possibilities with funding by KDOT. We'll also hear from we'll transition over to Jake Baldwin, and he'll talk about other KDOT projects going on around the city in 2024 related to KDOT. And then we'll close with a proposal that we'll be planning for the 2024 CIP to submit with the budget. With that, let me go quickly through our slides. The overall outcome of unmistakable identity is Lawrence is a welcoming community. It's synonymous with arts, diverse culture, and fun, and a quintessential downtown. We have 14 key performance indicators, 2 closely related under the unmistakable identity, and it also crosses into connected city and strong welcoming neighborhoods, but it talks about welcoming with UI 5 and 6. The 2040 Gateway Plan talks about what is a gateway and the goals. It's the continuity of place, and it maximizes our existing resources and infrastructure to maintain vibrant neighborhoods. And if you go down the 1.5, it talks about enhanced design features and continuity. As a city, we should enhance design elements, add or along our gateways, communicate a sense of place. So South Lawrence Traffic Way and Iowa Street, I'll let KDOT talk a little more about it with and HNTP, but there will be some improvements with the bridge. And with that, I'll introduce Kyle Berg.
Thank you. Yeah, like Derek said, I'm Kyle Berg with HNTB. I'm a structural engineer for the project. So as part of this project, for the SLT, we'll be adding a new eastbound bridge there at Iowa and at K10 there on the south side of the city. Through conversations with the Unmistakable Identity group, they were looking at a gateway type feature at this location. Through construction, the existing bridge that's out there today will be left in place and has many years left in its lifespan. So when we go in and we match it with the new bridge, a lot of times those new bridges have nice aesthetics, form liner, stain. But in this location, we didn't want to have something that was necessarily different from the existing bridge that would be out there. So we were asked to come up with some ideas that would come within what KDOT would typically include in a project from a cost standpoint. So Derek's asked us here today, make sure, there we go. So just a plan view here of what the new SLT will look like here. You can see the eastbound and westbound locations here. But Derek asked that we come up with some ideas again that are fit within the typical KDOT range of construction costs, something that just kind of welcomes you to the city of Lawrence. So I'm just going to flip through a couple of alternatives here that we came up with real quick, and just wanted to give you a little representation of what's possible at this location. So give you a couple of views here of what's possible at night and during the night or day as well. So as you come in from the south. Really, he just wanted to give a representation again of what's possible at this location. All of this would be typically within the realm of what KDOT would help fund as part of this project. That's still to be discussed as this moves forward and the aesthetics are decided on. But just wanted to give you a little taste or intro to what's possible at this location. Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle. Good evening, Commissioners. Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager with Municipal Services and Operations. So jumping into this slide here, this is alluding to the city's process of the brand refresh. And specifically, we just wanted to point out that whatever outcomes came out of that process would be implemented in the treatments that you saw in those previous images. So. With that being said, there are three other interchanges on the K10 corridor that KDOT will be making improvements to in the near future that offer opportunities for gateway and aesthetic improvements. So starting with the northwest and you're working your way down around town to the southeast, you've got interchanges at 6th Street, at Clinton Parkway, and at Wakarusa Drive. Here at 6th Street, we've got a community entrance really from folks exiting I-70 from the north. And the improvements with this interchange are going to be, it's going to be a diverging diamond interchange, really a retrofit of the existing interchange that's out here, meaning the existing bridges are going to stay. We'll see some lane reconfigurations on top of there, new on and off ramps, as well as a length of new arterial roadway shown to the west of the interchange. This project is separate from the larger KDOT project, lane expansion project that wraps around town, and is anticipated to let here in March of 2023. So really in a matter of months, we may see some activity on that. And this project, again, which is separate from the larger project, should take about 2 years to construct. Moving on to the Clinton Parkway interchange. So this is part of the larger lane expansion project that I think we have a tentative letting for June of 24. And it includes improvements to the large horizontal curve on the main line there. We've got a multitude of roundabouts as well as bike and pedestrian accommodations. And this really is a community entrance for those traveling in from the county from the south, or those with the lake being their destination. And lastly, we've got the Wakarusa Drive interchange. Again, this is a community gateway for the heavily used youth sports complex. It's part of the larger highway project again, so work anticipated in '24. And the improvements we're going to see with this interchange include an elimination of the at-grade intersection that currently exists. We're going to see an alternate access to the youth sports complex. Wakarusa will be reconstructed from the interchange north to Clinton Parkway, and we'll have new bicycle and pedestrian accommodations throughout that corridor. And with that, Derek, I think I can turn it back over to you.
I don't know if you want to talk about this at all. East Lawrence Gateway, or I can. So one of the things as part of what we looked at being a welcoming community and entrances to the community as gateways was for the proposal, besides the Diamond at 6 and SLT and Wakarusa SLT, would be the East 23rd and SLT. Would there be a way of having a gateway aesthetics design or an item that identifies you're entering the city and you get a sense of community and entering of the city? And so this is what we're looking at where 23rd Street and SLT diverge. KDOT owns some of this property towards the center, and that would be something that might be of consideration in talking to the engineers earlier today and last week. So we just wanted to let you know some of the construction going on around Lawrence, some of the big things that are going to be happening, some of the intersection at Wakarusa and SLT has been a big concern for many years about safety. And so we're excited to see that happening, and also on additional improvements to the bikeways and bike paths. So as part of the 2040 plan and unmistakable identity and other connectivity, city staff will work on a proposal in the CIP budget for city commission consideration as we develop that would address the gateways at the 6 and SLT, which is a diamond intersection, not really a bridge, Wakarusa, and the East 23rd. One of the things that wasn't mentioned was, and we still need to work with KDOT, but KDOT sometimes does fund a percentage of a new bridge. So there will be an expensive bridge probably at Wakarusa. There will be some money from KDOT to do aesthetics like they're doing on Iowa. The project at Iowa, that 59 and SLT, for 23, I think there just wasn't time to integrate or even come up with a funding source. We just weren't thinking about that for augmenting that area of a gateway. And also, if you look at the gateway, do you want to really put a lot of funding into your exit of the city, or is there a better place? So there was a lot of discussion when we did have that with the community on what were the better gateways to have a welcoming to the city of Lawrence. So for the proposal, that's what we're looking at for those three areas. And with that, we would entertain any questions from the city commission for either the KDOT or HNTP or Jake. Thank you.
Any questions?
Derek, real quick, in our agenda packet, your fourth slide, your performance indicators, you identified UI5 and UI6. Can you help me?
It's pretty broad. I think it goes back more than unmistakable identity as well as Lawrence is welcoming, but it also ties more to connected city with aesthetics and architectural design, pathways and things like that. But the tie to BIPOC is a stretch. I agree.
Well, I didn't say it was. I was just wanting to see what your assessment of it was. So with that being said, as we move forward on this gateway project, what does design elements look like, and how does that design process go
For the
gateways?
For the aesthetics, I think that would be an engineering MSO piece at the Wakarusa.
But as far as the examples that were provided, which were decent, they didn't wow me, but I mean, as far as if there were suggestions from the community, I mean, are you thinking suggestions from the community, or are these just things to kind of give us an idea of what to imagine the possibility, and there's going to be an opportunity for input on what these gateways could look like. You know, as a Wichita girl who has endured Kellogg for her entire life, that's a pretty awesome gateway.
It is. And so we had a lot of discussions about possibilities with the Iowa Street project, and without augmenting the 3% that KDOT will propose, about the best we're going to get is our brand and lighting. There may be some possibilities for a little more there. Because we talked about, could there be landscaping features? Could there be retaining walls that have the city? Could there be monuments on the bridge? All those were adding substantially to the cost.
Okay.
So in the proposal, I think there's time, if we're looking at the 2024, that there could be a community engagement on what should those look like.
Okay.
And so I think there's a lot of room. So we'd have to bring something back in the proposal.
Yeah. I think that would help me conceptualize based on funding request or what KDOT is willing to bring to the table. So I think that's just what I was getting at is what do we have here? I mean, lights are cool, and definitely if we can change them out, game days, special events, recognition of awareness, things of that nature, I think that's great. I just wanted to know how far we can go and when does it require us to get into the coffers. So thank you.
Any more questions for Derek? Nope. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This isn't a public comment item, is it, Sherry?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
It is.
So any public comment on this? Any public comment on this item? If not, we'll go to Zoom to see if there's any there.
There's no comments on Zoom.
Okay, we'll move on to our regular agenda items. G. Item number 1. Consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 9960, amending City Code Chapter 10, Article 1, Sections 10101, 102, and 111 to provide equal opportunity to obtain housing regardless of source of income or status as a survivor of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, or stalking, and to receive presentation on additional policy recommendations from the Human Relations Commission.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Commissioners. Faris Mohammed, Director of Equity and Inclusion. Tonight we'll be receiving a presentation from Chairperson Katie Barnett of the Human Relations Commission, recommending the Commission gives consideration to amending Chapter 10 of our City Code to address equal opportunity and obtaining housing regardless of source of income. Chairperson Barnett has been working with the Affordable Housing Advisory Board and other community stakeholders to explore more equitable and inclusive ways to help community members secure housing. I believe Chairperson Barnett would also like for some of the other community stakeholders who may be present tonight to kind of share a few words after her presentation as well. And so with that, I will turn it over to Chairperson Katie Barnett if she's present.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Okay, we just talked about this. Share screen. Here's my presentation. Okay, we're ready to go. Thank you all so much. First, if you don't mind, I'm just going to read a brief kind of preamble to what we've been working on, what has preceded this. So the City of Lawrence has supported human rights issues for decades, first as a leader for non-discrimination based on race, religion, age, disability, and gender, then as a progressive community aiming to protect all by adding familial status, sexual orientation, and gender identity. For over 60 years, the Human Relations Commission has investigated discrimination in our community. Notably, in 2020, the City Commission and the Lawrence community urged a refocusing of the Human Relations Commission. The city is committed to removing systemic barriers, improving equity, maintaining transparency, and reducing housing stress and houselessness. Racial segregation historically has been enforced by housing policy and remains dependent on restrictive and discriminatory housing policies and education policies. Overcoming the systemic issue requires access to community support services, and community members who are being served by our community support systems and programs such as rental assistance, housing choice vouchers, and mutual aid face significant barriers to finding safe and secure housing, which is what has brought us here today. What's this? So why change Chapter 10? The City Commission and the community urged a refocus of the Human Relations Commission. The update that you have in front of you or that was given to you, it reflects the needs of the community, the Human Relations Commission thinks, by adding some protected classes. While all proposed were not included in what is before you today, the source of income is critical to achieving what I just spoke about. Changes to Chapter 6, Article 13, you also received, and those changes are suggested just for practical implications. If you're going to change source of income and discuss rental licensing changes and affect landlords who have licenses, then you need to consider what the section of the city code says about that. And that's Chapter 6, Article 13. This is all based on a holistic approach based on data, achieving goals of the strategic plan, and community needs. So the nationwide, when we looked at this, non-discrimination ordinances, like the ordinance I just talked about, is where the source of income language is traditionally housed. We spoke to city attorneys from across the country: California, Ann Arbor, Michigan, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Austin, Texas, Kansas City, Missouri, Illinois, all the way to conversations with legal aid in the state of New York. And so we really think that what we've considered and proposed as the Human Relations Commission and with the housing team is based on what other cities have done, and certainly lessons learned from other cities. Those considerations were taken into account as well. We also have some research, obviously, on Lawrence specifically. You all have received a lot of this, but just for everyone else who's here, 20 states and over 100 cities and counties have passed policies to create protections for source of income. This isn't something new. Actually, the first source of income ordinance was passed in 1971. And so we're just kind of catching up to what everyone else is doing. In the citywide survey on race and equity between the kiosks and Lawrence Listens, 76% of our community disagreed with the statement that safe and affordable housing was accessible regardless of race. And it turned out to be a top 3 priority response in that survey. So I think what we're talking about here today is something that our community has been asking for, and I hope will be a first step in solving some of this. And then you can see in some of the statistics here, when I originally did this presentation a couple months ago, we had 300 households on the wait list for vouchers. When I asked for an updated number today, it's 400. 100 people have been waitlisted in the brief time that I have given this presentation to the Human Relations Commission at our last meeting. 100 people. So there's also some other Lawrence-specific stuff here. Our team, sitting in the front row here, I just want to acknowledge Leah's not here, but Leah with the city was involved in all of our phone calls. Gabby with the county, Gabby Boyle with the Care Center, Marielle with the Housing Authority, and then we also, of course, like I said, received assistance from the Poverty and Race Research Council and cities and other legal aid attorneys from across the country. So I feel like my shortcoming in knowing and not being a subject matter expert was I'm just the mouthpiece for all of these experts who are here today. And then we did some meetings and outreach. First, the Human Relations Commission, we've been talking about this for about 2 years. If you haven't attended the last 2 years of our meetings, or specifically the last 7 meetings, you wouldn't know that, but we certainly have been talking about it. Those are always open for public comment. The Affordable Housing Board obviously received a presentation, and they had discussion back in September. And then they moved to support source of income protections in October of 2022. There was a community forum in April. There was also a community forum in July, and there was a community forum in December that I think hit, as we ramp up and this gets to be more serious and it gets on the agenda, it gets more attention. But we also, of course, have the LJ World articles and stuff like that. So I don't think that this is necessarily a new idea. It's just we're finally talking about, it's finally on the agenda. We're finally talking about it. So like I said, we proposed the Human Relations Commission, along with the housing group, proposed a pretty huge packet for you all to consider. And like I said, Chapter 10 was in there. Chapter 10 changes were proposed, and also a few other changes in that giant packet. So I just thought it'd be nice to talk about what you have in front of you, what it does, what it doesn't do. What it does is it makes it unlawful to discriminate based against a potential tenant based on source of income. It protects lessees who have been subject to domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, or stalking from adverse actions regarding their lease. And it allows the city, if this were to be passed, it allows the city to apply for HUD funding. That funding could be used to support a robust investigation and inspection program based on source of income. Just a few ideas. What it doesn't do, it doesn't force every landlord to accept vouchers instead of traditional forms of rental payment. It simply creates an even playing field to increase access. And I think that's a really important distinction to make. The Chapter 10 changes don't have any bearing on a landlord's rental license. This is all administrative and civil enforcement, which your legal department can talk about. And then it doesn't prevent landlords from erecting other barriers to discriminate. So, like I said, there was a lot. I don't fault anyone for wanting to narrow this down a bit to something that is digestible and can be talked about in a succinct way, which I hope I'm doing tonight. So the city received suggestions for Article 13 that would provide guidance and enforcement in procedures for renters and landlords. Like I said, Chapter 10 is where it says you can't discriminate, and Article 13 is really what we hope to say, this is how it works in practice. This is how it works with enforcement. This is how it actually works with a licensee. And so you all received a 400-page packet of our research. And if you didn't look through it all, I just wanted to summarize a little bit of it. There were several studies, published studies, peer-reviewed published studies. Authors cited in the packet, outcomes could be even more enhanced when source of income is used in tandem with other housing mobility tools and policies. Some of those the City of Lawrence and Douglas County have in place. A lot of them we don't yet have in place. So we can enact the source of income, which I certainly will urge you to do at the end of my time today. But we still need to talk about some other things, like the 2021 Homeless Needs Assessment that was conducted by KU discussed restrictive tenant screening practices. I mean, you heard today from a mother whose son can't find housing because of his criminal history. That's something that the study addressed and talked about pretty significantly. The lack of acceptance of vouchers was obviously identified as a major barrier to housing in our community. The proposed changes that we're talking about are backed by a significant body of research. Again, this isn't a group of radical advocates saying this sounds like a good idea. Since 1971, cities have been considering this. There's a lot of research on how effective it is and what it can do to get people housed. What those studies show is they should be used in tandem with other policies as well. So the screening criteria, HUD has identified individual assessments are a preferred mechanism to screening tenants, potential tenants. And then alternatives include inclusive screening criteria, like a universal application or some kind of universal screening criteria that removes barriers for discrimination. And credit scores, data shows that credit scores by themselves are typically not based on the applicant's history of rent payment. They don't really predict the likelihood of paying rent on a regular and timely basis. And then, of course, pet-friendly ordinance. You guys couldn't hear from me without listening to me talk about some pets. 800 animals are coming to the Lawrence Humane Society every year and being surrendered by their families because of restrictive housing policies and restrictive pet policies. That is to the tune of about $187,000. So these policies are costing the city money, it's costing the shelter money. There are states that have more pet-friendly ordinances and laws, and not even just talking about the money, talking about the people who will not get housing because of their pet. I think you saw someone in our Lawrence Times article yesterday who can't find housing because of her pet. And there were several people last winter who chose to stay in a car because the winter housing shelter would not accept pets. So that's a barrier to get people housed and to get just simple shelter. So my ask, and I think our ask, is that the city continue to monitor and improve if you choose to enact this ordinance, that you continue to monitor it, seek regular data, especially information on tenant and property owner experiences. We have evolving research and market conditions. I hope that if you consider and pass this ordinance in a timely manner, I hope that this is not the end of our discussion for housing. I hope it's just a first step in saying, this is where we need to start, and we're going to consider a few other practical changes, policy changes, and potential ordinance changes down the line to truly get people housed in our community. I will stand for questions if that's, or are you giving a presentation, Zach, or talking?
Katie, we can go ahead and have the commission ask any questions that you.
Okay, I'll stand for questions, or I'll shoot it over to the experts here.
Any questions from the commission to Katie?
Katie, I have a couple of questions. I'm trying to figure. I actually typed some of them up because I labored through your 400 pages and felt like I was back in grad school. Okay. So for landlords, would this create a situation where a landlord is forced to accept a voucher instead of a traditional paying applicant? Does this create that type of, I don't see it, but that seems to be a sentiment that is shared.
Yeah,
is that what your intent is?
No, we just want to open up the playing field. It's just, and I think Marielle can speak to the Housing Authority's experience on vouchers and acceptance of vouchers. Do you want to come up here and just talk about whether or not this forces that?
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Mariel Ferreiro. I am the landlord liaison with the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority and part of this research team. To answer your question and kind of repeat back to Katie, no, that would not force a landlord. At the Housing Authority, we are purely the administrative body of the vouchers. So we ask that our landlords utilize their process as they would normally. The only change is that now they will be receiving a payment from a third party, so from us. They enforce their lease the exact same way. Additionally, they do have the support of the Housing Authority, in my position in particular, if they have any concerns with the tenant, if a potential lease violation would be issued. And I also provide funding to help mitigate any sort of risk. So we definitely work in partnership with landlords. The intention is to not direct landlords to do things, but rather say income, where it's coming from, shouldn't matter. You should accept any application you see, and income shouldn't be that one that kind of kicks things out for you, but rather looking at and screening in a way that is more individual basis. So if you have any other questions about our process, I'm very happy to answer them.
Great. So I'm glad, because I was going to call on you right after Katie. So glad you hopped up there. So with the process, so in the work that you do as far as engagement, how much of your time do you spend engaging those current landlords, property owners that are accepting vouchers as far as bringing some on board? I know I had the opportunity to attend the event in the summer. So as you go through and you're engaging with other landlords or property owners, what does that look like, that education, that the opportunity to engage them on what things that they may not know or may not know?
Yeah, absolutely. So that is the entirety of my position, is doing that outreach and ensuring that we're demystifying any sort of preconceived notions of what a voucher recipient is and what our process is at the Housing Authority. So I do put on, as you mentioned, the Landlord Symposium, which happened this past July, was an open invitation to area landlords to hear about our process, to hear about our programs. In conjunction with that, I've also had the opportunity to speak at City Commission meetings for Eudora and Baldwin City to explain our process, talk about our programming and our incentives. Other than that, I do concentrated outreach by doing marketing and going out to landlords and calling them. And if anybody has a question, specifically a landlord who wants to be onboarded to our programs, I am the direct contact. I provide resources such as a landlord packet that goes into incredible depth of what our programming is. And I also sit down with landlords and go step by step of what the process is and let them know how incredibly easy it is to become a landlord with us. So that is my day-to-day, is reaching out to landlords. I also partner with the Housing Stabilization Collaborative. We have a landlord engagement branch of that particular collaborative where we are doing things such as creating best practices on how to communicate with landlords as social service providers, how to better provide incentives to landlords so they can see that if there is potential risk, if they do have some experiences that maybe weren't so great, that we are mitigating, that we are rectifying that relationship, and that we are being really intentional on how we house people. As we move forward and we start creating different housing models, we will start alleviating some of that risk factor. So I'm excited to see this in tandem with other practices, other models, because there has been a very concentrated effort to dispel some of those myths about who receives a voucher and what kind of tenant they are.
And so, thank you. We've grown to 400. I don't, individuals who are waitlisted. I don't know a community that has a housing authority that doesn't have a wait list. Help us, help me, help us, help everyone understand, what does that mean for a community? What does that mean for the work that you're doing and working with? You know, I know there was an article in the paper, in the Times, that talked about one individual's process is that 18 to 24 months. Mm-hmm. Is that common? Is that become an unnecessary standard in many of our communities with individuals needing vouchers?
So as you said, every housing authority is a little bit different. Some wait lists are a lot longer than ours. Rather than speaking to that 400 number, which is very important, I'm going to speak to those who have a voucher in their hand and are actively searching. That is currently 63 households. Typically, we will see anywhere between 20 to 30 households that are looking for housing, and In the last year, we have seen that number all but double, and it has been a growing concern. Our voucher utilization is down, where we pride ourselves in being a high performing housing authority, typically 98% utilization. In the last year, we've dropped to 94%. So we are seeing that the utilization of our actual vouchers is dropping. People have a specific time frame in which they can go out and search for housing and get leased up with a landlord, and there's a potential of losing that voucher if they are not leasing up in the appropriate amount of time. That's anywhere between 30 and 90 days, depending on their situation for finding housing. We have also seen a decrease in landlord participation, primarily with larger properties being purchased by outside companies or different property management companies, and their refusal to accept a voucher. I have done the work of trying to communicate with those particular companies and extend the olive branch and say, I can make this easy for you. This is a guaranteed rental payment. Could you give me some feedback on what we can do better, or how I can ensure that the tenants we have in place stay in place and that you keep accepting vouchers? And unfortunately, I have not been able to successfully have a conversation. So we definitely see this as a growing concern, and that wait list and that time is only going to grow if we don't have folks who have the vouchers in their hand utilizing those vouchers.
So, Mayor, and I think this will be my last question. So if someone has a voucher and they're refused a unit, or they're refused, or someone is on a voucher and their lease comes up and that landlord, if possible, decides we're not taking vouchers anymore, what does that what are the rights for those individuals? What does that process look like?
Yeah. So currently, since we do not have source of income as a protected class, a landlord is well within their right to refuse based on the type of income, so they can say no to vouchers. We have seen some advertisement where they will specifically say no vouchers as part of the advertisement. For folks who are leased in place, who a landlord may, or there's a property management change and they may say we're not going to take vouchers anymore, they're within their right to issue a non-renewal. We encourage going into a mutual termination and giving some space to have that individual find new housing. But non-renewals are typically issued, and that individual, when their lease comes up, they are then asked to move. So not only do we have those people actively searching, but now if we have the addition of folks who were leased in place, now getting this non-renewal or termination of their lease, that's additional individuals and households that are out looking for housing. So it's just feeding into that issue that there right now isn't a protection to say you cannot flat out say no to the type of income being housing choice vouchers. So it's been difficult. We've probably lost over 1,000 units over the last year due to that kind of shift. We already have our program participants, our landlords, I will say are great people. They're great to work with. They're very communicative if they have any issues, but we need more of them. We're about 10% of the total rental licensing in Lawrence alone, and we're also including Eudora and Douglas County. So we're very low with the amount of total rental licensing landlords that actually take vouchers.
So Katie, from an HRC perspective, because you received the report on complaints. So if source of income is enacted as a protected class and there's a complaint, what do you see that process being?
Yeah, so it's outlined in the ordinance, and that has not changed. So we're just adding source of income as a protected class. The whole process would stay the same as Chapter 10 is written and presented to you today. And if I do anything, correct me if I'm wrong, but from the filing of the complaint, there's 100 days of notices, responses. That's maximum. You can send out a notice of violation and get in a response, and everything can happen a lot quicker. There can be conciliation. There could be nothing that involves penalties, but it is a potential of 100 days that someone is sitting there with a voucher in their hand, and the Human Relations Commission and the division is doing their investigation. I think that first they have to know where to go. I don't know that it's intuitive that someone experiencing source of income housing discrimination would know to go to the Human Relations Commission. So, as a commission, we need to do a great job, and with the city's support, do a really great job of marketing and explaining the process to people so that when there are those urgent situations, they know where to go for a complaint, they know how to file a complaint. It has to be a written verified complaint, which means currently it needs to be, sworn up, notarized. That was a change that we were hoping to make, but didn't make it into what you have in front of you, and that's fine. But then after the 100 days, it goes to the director of the Human Relations Division to consider whether or not there's probable cause of a violation. After that, then there is an opportunity again for conciliation. And, as you work through those 100 days plus 45 days plus, whatever it is, then we start talking about an opportunity for a public hearing, which I don't think has been done in several years. I'm not sure, Tony, you probably know more than me. Or a civil petition could be filed. So there are civil penalties also, $10,000 up to, I think, $50,000, depending on the violation. And that money goes to the general fund. It doesn't go, that fine is given to the city. It's not given to the tenant. Just for clarification, the tenant is still standing there with their voucher, and the city gets $50,000 if they've done it, or $10,000 if it's a first offense, if that makes sense.
I think that's all.
Okay.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you. Sorry.
Any other questions from the commission to Katie?
I'll ask if I may, Maria. Something Katie brought up that you didn't get a minute to talk about, which was risk mitigation and what funds are available. What funds are available? How do they operate? And have any of them been used?
Sure. So with the creation of my position about a year and a half ago, the Housing Authority had applied for funding through the ESG through the city and was granted funding for my position, as well as $50,000 to put towards landlord incentives. I had the opportunity to create that program and what that looked like. And so I did research across the country and found other housing authorities, other housing advocacy groups who created landlord incentive funding in order to help with that risk mitigation conversation. So that program was to, one, incentivize landlords to join the program or to accept somebody specifically experiencing homelessness, because that was outlined for the ESG funding we received. And then two, provide risk mitigation funding, meaning if there was damage to the property, we would provide some funding to help alleviate any of that financial burden that may have been caused. That particular program, I was able to offer up to 3 months additional rent on top of the subsidy they were receiving, or if they received any other rental assistance payments outside of the voucher. So it wasn't inclusive to voucher recipients, but rather just to get landlords to work with folks who were experiencing homelessness. That was fully obligated and expended, I believe, the summer of this year. We applied for more funding and we were granted $75,000 additional dollars to continue the program through the same funding. Additionally, the Housing Authority saw this as, hey, this is working. We're seeing the need for incentivizing landlords to come into the program. So we created an activity in our Moving to Work program, which allowed us to fund $50,000 additional dollars. In addition to that, we made a request through the county, through their ARPA funding, American Rescue Plan funding, for an additional $50,000. So we have well over $100,000 in incentive funding that is able to be utilized, that is being utilized to incentivize landlords. I have grown the program to now include all folks who have vouchers, and the money from the county, I'm able to create some programming. So if we need more mitigation funding, we're absolutely able to. I will say on a national level, there has been, since 2018, a study on landlord engagement conducted by HUD and several other agencies that show mitigation funding isn't actually utilized as much as we thought it was, and it may not be as big of a concern as we were thinking. Of course, there is an assumed risk that a landlord takes with any tenant. It is not special or specific to a voucher recipient, and that is a big thing I'd like to dispel, that just because they receive a voucher does not mean they're going to destroy the property. On the contrary, most of our voucher recipients are some of the most consistent tenants. They are typically, very good tenants. We provide tenant education as part of our requirement to be on our programs. So we have them maybe even more tenant ready than your traditional non-voucher tenant. But with that funding, we're able to kind of help maybe the ease some of that risk, or if there's any anxiety. And of course, in addition to financial incentive, I'm here. So I let the landlords know, if there's an issue, I want you to call me. If we need to get additional supports for that individual, maybe I need to make a referral over to a social service agency to get them more help, because typically if there's an issue, there's something else underneath that. And so we work as a team to make sure that that tenant is successful. You do not see that outside of this type of programming. So if anything, the benefits are starting to stack up a little bit. So that is what we're continuing to do, what we have found successful. And if we continue to see success with incentive funding, even with the hopeful passage of this ordinance, I will continue to work. I will continue to provide education, onboarding our landlords, providing that incentive funding, and making sure that financially they feel secure and also educationally they feel secure.
Mario, do you remember in that 2018 study, do you know if there was any breakdown as far as patterns, and while it may not have seen that mitigation funds were used overall, do you notice if it broke down, if there were patterns as far as any type of size communities, geographically that
I don't recall. It could have well have been in there, but that study was really not super focused on the funding. It actually also stated that places that had source of income protection saw an increase in voucher usage, which was an unintended finding. They were not planning on finding that when they were doing these listening sessions with landlords and trying to see why we were seeing a decrease in voucher use, but they did see in every community that had source of income. Most of them were larger cities that have had those protections for a while, but they did see that there was an increase in voucher usage.
Okay. Any more questions?
I had one. You said you had a landlord forum this summer.
Uh-huh.
Are there any plans to have any further ones?
Yes.
As I have getting the feeling that a lot of people are curious about.
Yes, absolutely. So in addition to just meeting with me and having appointments one-on-one, we are in discussion of upping and robusting our education, having lunch and learns, having more symposiums, really doing our due diligence that is necessary if we do see an increase in landlord participation, to make sure that every landlord that we onboard is knowledgeable of the whole process and is given every piece of education they need. So yes, we are anticipating, and I am working on programming to ensure that full education is provided.
Cool. Thanks.
I had a question for you. So I know you did the 3 forums. I think I was at all of them, I believe. So my question is that once this was written up, this part of it, I know you did quite a bit of other work with it, with other things. Did you take this these changes as specified out to the general public and have public meetings on just this piece?
On this specific piece, I would say the last panel that we had on December 8th was very specific, discussing source of income. Mainly because the ramping up of this and this being provided and spoken about the city commission, we thought it was very poignant now to have that discussion to get the community engagement piece. So yes, we did. We're a little more specific on that, as much to our community members willing to participate and have that conversation. We 100% promoted this commission meeting to get an in-depth look and actually look at the ordinance changes and the language as they were listening along with you. So that was a big recommendation from us.
Did we do any Lawrence listens or surveys or?
We did not, and I believe, Katie, if you would like to speak to the reason why that didn't happen.
Yeah, Katie.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was our intention to have a communications plan around this. I'm not really sure, we're just the Human Relations Commission, and obviously we're not affiliated. This housing group is not affiliated with the city in any way. I can't direct your communications team to do public engagement, and I can't direct anyone to do a Lawrence Listens. It was brought up, and I believe there was to be a meeting about it, but something happened internally with city staff, and that communication plan was kind of squashed. So I don't know, it might be a question for staff.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Can anybody on staff talk about that, whether we had any of that type of engagement?
Faraz Mohammed, Director of Equity and Inclusion. As it relates to any type of engagement through Lawrence Listen, city did not do any engagement through Lawrence Listen as it relates to intentionally engaging landlords. I don't believe that was part of the conversation. I know previously we did have some conversation on behalf of the Human Relations Commission as it relates to what it would look like or what would be the interest in the community members to see a name change of the Human Relations Commission to more common language that's used across the nation, such as civil rights or human rights divisions. But as it relates to anything being specific to engaging landlords, I don't quite recall that conversation or the development of a communication plan around that through Lawrence Listens.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. So I would like to ask Zach, you've been working on this, haven't you, Zach?
I'm sorry, say that again. sale, assignment, or rental when such property is in fact available, subsection 4. To induce or attempt to induce any person to sell, assign, or rent housing or real property by any representation regarding the entry or prospective entry into the neighborhood of a person or persons of a particular class in subsection 5. To deny any person access to, or membership in, or participation in, or otherwise make unavailable any multiple listing service, real estate brokers organization, or other service, organization, or facility relating to the business of selling or renting housing or real property, subsection 6. To discriminate against any person in, or otherwise make it unavailable for, the person's use or occupancy of housing or real property in subsection 7. To deny or not make available a loan or other financial assistance to a person applying therefor in subsection 8, or to discriminate against any person in the fixing the amount, interest rate, duration, or other terms of a loan because of those characteristics. So that's a mouthful, but those are the protected activities currently under the classes that are in Chapter 10, and this would add source of income to all those. So subsection 111.13 adds that it is an unlawful violation to refuse to comply with the administrative requirements of assistance programs, including but not limited to inspections, and this would include Section 8 inspections. Subsection 111.16 adds the protected basis in housing for older persons, and subsection 111.18 clarifies that the provisions of this section don't prevent landlords from participating in government-sponsored rental assistance programs. That is, if they have units set aside for tenants who qualify for these programs, they can continue to do so. Finally, in relation to source of income, subsection 111.19 states that nothing in this section shall control the amount of rent charged or the purchase price agreed between parties to a transaction for the lease or purchase of privately owned residential or commercial property. This is in response to state law codified at KSA 12-16-120 that prohibits municipalities from taking such action. So any amount that the landlord wants to charge, they would still be allowed to charge. The other protections provided by this ordinance are for victims of sexual assault, human trafficking, or stalking. This is accomplished by references to state law, KSA 2021, sub 5825-137. That statute was included in your packet tonight. That was a law that was passed in 2019 and states that an applicant shall not be denied tenancy on the basis of, or as a direct result of, the fact that that applicant is a protected person if the applicant otherwise qualifies for tenancy or occupancy, and they shall not be evicted from the premises or found in violation of a rental agreement on that basis. Protected person is defined in statute. It's a person who, during the preceding 12 months, has been or is in imminent danger of becoming a victim of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, or stalking, and defines those terms as well. That statute also lists requirements that a victim must take in order to qualify and notify the landlord to secure those protections. Any violations of that state law would go to district court. Subsection 111.14 also makes that violation of state law a violation under this act. So please note there are sections of this chapter that are not being changed, including exemptions for when these protections do not apply. Those begin in their newly renumbered 111.15. The exemptions include religious organization, association, or society, nonprofit, private club. Also, most provisions other than those relating to publication and loans do not apply to the rental or leasing of housing accommodations for not more than 2 families living independently of each other if the owner resides in one such housing unit, or to the rental or leasing of less than 4 persons within a single housing accommodation by the occupant or owner of such housing accommodation if the owner resides therein. So if the owner resides there, these sections wouldn't apply. The ordinance also leaves unchanged provisions that states that nothing in this section prohibits conduct against a person because the person has been convicted 2 or more times by any court of competent jurisdiction of the illegal manufacture or distribution of a controlled substance. The enforcement provisions also remain the same. That would go through the complaint procedure and eventually could have civil action. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Zach?
So essentially, what I'm gathering is the source of income is just added as one of the protections.
Correct. That's much more succinct than what I said. I like it.
Thank you.
So if a couple of applications comes to a landlord, and they both qualify. One of them is using a voucher, the other is not. Does the landlord have to choose one over the other?
No, this would make no requirement that the landlord choose the voucher. Now, the landlord could have other criteria, could decide who to choose. If there is a pattern where the landlord repeatedly chooses the non-voucher participant, it could potentially become a discriminatory action, and that could prompt a complaint. But in one instance, no, the landlord still has the choice of who to choose.
Okay, got it. Any other questions? Nope. Okay. So we'll open it up for public comment now.
Hello, my name is Lacey Rowe, and I'm here as a member of the Sanctuary Alliance. We are extremely disappointed to see that city staff has put forth a motion to revise Chapter 10 of the city's anti-discrimination ordinance, which fails to include immigration status as a protected class. Community members and legal experts have worked for over 2 years with city commissioners and staff, drafting revisions to Chapter 10 in an effort to promote community safety. Since the beginning of this work, it has been understood that inclusion of immigration status would be a central component of updates to Chapter 10. The abrupt departure from the original language approved by the Human Relations Commission, which did include immigration status as a protected class, is very concerning. These policies deserve intentional consideration and input from communities, not rushed top-down decision-making. Studies show that communities with immigrant-inclusive policies are safer and more likely to work with law enforcement when needed, while supporting problematic state policies and rogue federal agencies puts our community's resources and safety at risk. Community members are less likely to report crime or seek the protections they need when they fear deportation or discrimination by members of law enforcement. Criminalizing civil violations is a wasteful use of local resources and furthermore carries negative economic impacts as immigrants contribute towards crucial areas of commerce in Kansas. Discriminatory policies deter immigrants from moving to Kansas, whether they're documented or not, because such policies suggest that we are not a safe place to live. It is key that immigration status is a part of any revision to Chapter 10, and we do not believe this ordinance should be updated without the inclusion of members of our community who are most at risk. This is evidenced by the city staff seemingly excluding this community from discussions about housing protection without a word to their community partners. As you recall, over 300 Lawrencians engaged in a years-long process to advocate for a welcoming and inclusive city code. Removal of immigration status as a protected class is not only bad public policy, it is unpopular and anti-democratic. Amendments to Chapter 10 that do not involve protections to our neighbors with differing immigration statuses are completely unacceptable. They are especially unacceptable given the current bout of hostile lawmaking from the Kansas legislature, which has already rendered our sanctuary policies essentially moot. We would ask that before approval of this update, immigration status be placed into the ordinance as a protected class. We need policies to be fully inclusive and truly non-discriminatory.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christina Gentry. I've been and am currently a resident of Lawrence for 17 years, ex-military family, and I think I'm talking too loud.
No, you're fine. Yeah, we need to hear you.
I live in area code 66049. I was approved for a subsidized vouching houser in 2016. I still have the allotted folder somewhere in here. I moved quite a bit, but included in this allotted folder was information about my home and my voucher information. I was pretty proud of this, and it has the name of the counselor who's working with me, Diana Winsley at that time. According to the LDCH, the housing authorities, find this family size, and 30% median income level. At that time, a family of 6, which was mine, 5 kids and myself, they had to make $32,570 to be considered 30% medium extremely low income in 2016. Due to my family size, I needed to find a 4-bedroom for rent. I don't know about now, but in 2016, there were limited 4 bedrooms at that time in Lawrence. Most that were renting were from private landlords, and most rental properties during that time were occupied, or that size rather, were occupied by college students. And those are kind of just, they're hard to find. But finally, after 2 extensions provided for my voucher eligibility, I found a 4-bedroom for lease in a West Side neighborhood. It was shared to me by my leasing agent at the time that the homeowner was not too friendly to renting to a Section 8 voucher recipient, but not completely closed off to the idea. Upon filling out and paying out all rental application fees, including providing a check stub for 6 months of continuous pay or job employment, I was working 2 jobs in. I was a pre-K teacher, and I was working as an LVN, assisted elderly home care. So I made 3 times that rent. The rent was $1,500 at the time. And I gave the person my credit score, gave the owner also the voucher that I had worked hard to wait for and receive from the housing authority. So all those things I required, and I was given to the owner. I was also required to provide the owner 2 character references, or witnesses rather, and my promissory note that I would be a good law-abiding citizen. That was my inclusive screening process. And so after that information was given, the owner goes to tell me, he tells me that I am lucky to be here. He says that he chose me because I was with a church. He said that he was a Christian and he wanted a Christian family.
Christina, if you could just wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm Alchemy Roanoke. We've heard a lot during this meeting about what's best for landlords. Come on. Is this the only thing this commission cares about? What about the people they are sucking dry like blood-sucking leeches by holding shelter, a basic human need ransom? What about the tenants and future tenants? Right now, the landlord class in Kansas can legally discriminate against the workers in most oppressed groups. Right now, a landlord can decide not to rent to you if your income comes from a housing voucher, if it comes from anything that isn't a standard job. Thus, the increasing number of folks who are self-employed through Uber, Lyft, or other such apps, artists who gain their income from commissions, disabled people who get their income from assistance, anyone else who gets their income from assistance or mutual aid, and those who are forced out of the formal economy into the illicit economy, and many others cannot find a place to live. Right now, the federal minimum wage, which is the minimum wage in Lawrence, is $7.25. The living wage in Lawrence, to afford to live here on a standard income alone, is almost $17 an hour. More than twice the minimum wage. Do the math. A minimum wage worker cannot afford to live here without some sort of non-protected income. This is the tiny Band-Aid on the open wound of homelessness and housing instability caused by gentrification, a primary feature of capitalism. Yet this tiny Band-Aid is necessary and the least that could be asked of the city, and it is pathetic that we have to beg for even that. Protect the people who elected you, protect all income, and rein in the greedy, predatory landlord class who is running roughshod all over our city.
Thank you.
Here. My name is Savannah. I came to speak in support of the proposed changes to Article 10. I believe that source of income is absolutely vital in getting our community members housed, but I wanted to echo that I am also disappointed to see immigration status was removed from this ordinance. I completely agree this is absolutely vital to this ordinance and needs to be in it before it is approved. I also wanted to thank everyone who's been working on this for 2 years now. this has been a long time coming, and they've worked tirelessly on this. And thank you.
You.
Hello, my name's Kerr Evers. Seen me before. I'm a small blood-sucking parasite, as was stated before. I have a couple tenants. I have a small property. And I know I'm in a privileged position with that. I have it pretty easy for this. I know there are difficulties with it, but out of all of these, it doesn't compare to people trying to find a house when their income is not secure in some sort of way. These voucher systems, though, would go a long way towards solving that issue. And I think it should be pursued, just like in the way that it can help with the camp situation. Reducing the homeless population will reduce a lot of the problems that seem to be angering a lot of people here. And so pushing forward this in a strong way that also might have some enforcement too may be important. I know we're taking a very passive approach because we don't want to anger the larger landlords in the community, and I understand that has to be a priority. But to an extent, we need to make sure that there's some bite behind these laws, to make sure that people are getting housed, to make sure people are getting forward. I don't know exactly where that line would be, but having it just be a passive recommendation would definitely be not enough. On the case of the immigrant status of people, that should be included as well. I don't remember exactly, but the state government might be blocking you from doing that. I might be wrong. Yeah. But all of these should be pursued. Some of you might have your hands tied on some things. The idea is to get the most we can out of this, though. At the end of the day, renters are going to be most of the people within the community. The other, like some 50% of people are going to be homeowners, and the smallest percentage is going to be landlords. If you piss us off, we don't have that much election power. Don't worry about it. And so, again, side with the people, side with the common people, and help them out as best you can. That's all I can ask.
Hi, my name is Alex Buzicki. I wanted to come and speak and advocate for the changes in Chapter 10 and Section 13, or Article 13. Protections for source of income is necessary for vulnerable populations. I work in social services, and every day I talk to people who have low income. Every day I talk to people who need and are inherently worthy of housing. I can't tell you how many people I've talked to in the past 2 years who have faced being unhoused because their housing no longer takes their housing voucher. I've talked to many people who have a housing voucher but can't find housing. There's just fewer and fewer landlords that accept housing vouchers. Everyone deserves housing regardless of immigration status as well. I'm disappointed that that was removed. Everyone who lives in Lawrence deserves to have source of income be protected. Source of income is actively being discriminated against, and it hurts our vulnerable populations that live here. I've seen it. Inclusive screening is also a must. Inclusive screening leaves landlords less room to discriminate against our vulnerable populations. Just want to see it enacted. It really hurts all of my clients. Thank you.
Melanie Valdez, Lawrence Community Shelter. I just wanted to add that source of income protections also help all of our affordable housing solutions that we are moving towards. It is just not housing vouchers that are being discriminated against. It is also other forms of assistance that we will be having coming in to help us with our affordable housing solutions and also addressing homelessness in Lawrence. We will have homelessness prevention funds, rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, And in 2021, Lawrence Community Shelter housed approximately 115 individuals. This year, we are looking at housing less than 40. And that is not all due to source of income discrimination, but there is a large part of it. We had several property management companies that decided that they would not renew people, not for cause, not because rent wasn't paid, not because of property destruction, but simply because they were receiving some sort of assistance outside of their own employment. So for us to be successful in our goals to address affordable housing and homelessness, it is absolutely crucial for that success to not allow a source of income discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, city staff. My name is Merrill Sake. I began renting an apartment in Old West Lawrence in August of 2021, and I renewed that lease in March of 2022. And over the summer, I applied for assistance for my rent through the Kansas Emergency Rental Assistance. And I asked my landlord to participate in that. I gave her a call, and her first reaction was, this was in June of 2022, and her first reaction was, she seemed really concerned, and she said, "What are you going to do when your lease is up in 2023?" So that was 14 months from then, when my lease would expire in August of 2023. This is June of 2022. And I didn't really understand what she was getting at. I responded, I don't know what I'm going to do 14 months from now. And she declined to participate in providing Kira with her social security number and her address, which I think is two requirements needed for a landlord to participate. And she said she was concerned about identity theft. But she did help out and called Kira on my behalf to try to, I think, advocate that I could get a direct deposit. A couple of weeks later, we were doing an inspection of my apartment, and she asked with a similar concern that she did on the phone a few weeks previous. She said, "Meryl, what are your plans? Are you going to move out of Lawrence when your lease is ended?" And again, I was kind of confused, but this time I was a little bit frustrated because I felt like there was something communicated that wasn't being explicitly communicated by her question. And again, I said, I don't know. I don't have any plans to move out of Lawrence. But in the meantime, I've put together that what's being implicitly communicated is that since you've applied for emergency rental assistance, you can't live here when your lease is up. So there's that unspoken information, which makes the information, what are you going to do, make more sense. And I'm not pleased about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Merrill. Other public comment?
Hello, it's me again. Sorry, I tried to do it too early last time. My name is Rowan Schring, and I would just like to speak in support of an ordinance that would prevent source of income discrimination. I also think that it would be beneficial if that included protection from discrimination on the basis of immigration status. And I would appreciate it if you guys did whatever is in your power to try to bring that into existence. Or if it's not within your power, to reach out to those who have it and work with them on making sure that it happens. And I I just wanted to say that I know a lot of people who are in situations where it's very, very difficult for them to find housing for various reasons. For example, I have a good friend of mine who wasn't able to find housing because of the 3 times the rent requirement that nearly all units here in town that we could find had, and they live on Social Security disability income, and it's just not really, it's not possible for them to have 3 times the rent. So I ended up having to co-sign for them in order for them to be able to have the privilege of paying rent and paying over half their income for that while they're waiting for the vouchers to become available. And it would just be really nice to have more of a feeling that there's a light at the end of the tunnel in that regard, and that having sustainable, affordable housing is something that will be possible for them. And also to know that everybody else that I care about, or even myself, if I were to get into a situation where that was necessary for me, to know that that's an option, and that we care about the most vulnerable people in our communities, and that we can protect them. So thank you for listening, and I really appreciate everything that you guys are doing to at least like communicate about this and start working forward on it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Oliva. I'm here to speak in support of the changes made for source of income discrimination. However, I am disappointed to know that there's no protections for people under for immigration status. I would like to see those changes. There are a lot of problems here in town, and as they said, as our panel said, you know, some of these problems with housing won't be fixed with just this source of income change, that they need to be implemented in tandem with other policies. As I said earlier, I can look up my phone right now and pull up 1,000 empty homes on Airbnb. That's unacceptable. And I think something that would go into helping fix that solution, or be a solution to that, would be to implement a vacancy tax. Yeah, that's all I got. You know, management companies, large ones, control 70% of the housing stock here. Not great. It's just going to continue to go that way, and housing is just going to get more and more unaffordable until we actually put something in place to stop it. Thanks.
Thanks. Jonathan?
Good evening.
Hey, Monty.
Monty Sokup. I'm here tonight representing the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. We kind of started taking a look at this issue over 3 years ago and quickly realized it was outside of the scope of what our group was capable of doing, and reached out to city staff, and they connected us with the Human Resources Commission, which I am so happy. This amazing team of people and experts that have taken this on and brought forth something today that I think's workable. The work is not done. There are things, as you heard tonight, other things in tandem that need to happen with this, but this is a good first step of moving this ball forward for a source of income protection. Yesterday, our Affordable Housing Committee met in this room here, and we voted unanimously to support the action that's on your agenda tonight. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers, and I just want to say I support this changes. I do also, I support adding immigration status, and also, I mean, maybe not tonight, but something y'all should be considering is also, is there any way we can end some of the discrimination against people who have been convicted of crimes? Because some of them have trouble finding places to rent, and I think some places do ban discrimination, like if so much time has passed. Like I've read on the internet, some place was or like recommending that landlords don't do a criminal search like so many years prior or whatever. And also, when it comes to stalking, and probably the domestic abuse and that stuff, okay, so we're gonna not allow, or you can't deny someone the right to rent a place based on that, which I totally support. But I was reading about it on the internet, and some of it, in some places, that also means that if you're a victim of stalking, that you can break your lease early because, you know, there's someone that could potentially kill you that's staking out your place. So I was just wondering if how this ordinance works, will someone who is a victim of like stalking be allowed to leave early with how our ordinance is? Because I totally think they should, because their life is in danger. And why should they have to stay someplace for like months with someone after them? I mean, they should be allowed to move someplace so they can try to get away from the person stalking them. So I think that's all I have, but thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
My name is Bill Fleming. I'm an attorney that represents some of the local developers and landlord community. So, I guess we're the ones that everybody wants to criticize, except that unless we go to a communistic form of government, that's how we're going to provide housing in our community, or unless the government itself wants to provide all the housing. We still have a system where private individuals provide most of the capital that's required to build housing. Now, the bad news that I have for everybody, that I think everybody knows, is affordable housing is just going to get worse in this community. I mean, we have quite a bit of development that's going to happen to the east of us. That's going to generate probably additional growth in population. We've also seen dramatic increases in the cost to build new housing. So projects that, and I've worked on 4 or 5 years ago, that might cost $150,000 apartment unit, they're costing $350,000 apartment unit. So the problems that we have as a community for affordable housing are not going to go away. They're going to get worse. I also served as 10 years as the chairman of the Douglas County Housing Authority. So I've worked with Shannon Oury and with the Housing Authority for many years. So I'm appreciative of that side of the thing. I think our Housing Authority is fantastic here. They do a great job. We have very good quality public housing that we should all as a community be proud of. And I'm proud of the people that live in there. They're great people. They're great tenants. So there's no issue there as far as I'm concerned. I think the issue that we have in determining the source of income rules are, one, maybe I'm confused. I found out about this issue today, so my level of investment so far has not been that great. So I got to catch up a little bit here. But the issues I think that we have to look at is, one, if you're going to be required as a landlord to look at Section 8 housing vouchers, do you then have to qualify and enroll in the HUD Section 8 program? And if that's a requirement, then you have to recognize that HUD has a number of requirements. They have an inspection requirement, which the city does too, has an inspection requirement. So maybe that's not that onerous, but now we're going to require 2 inspections instead of 1 inspection. There's restrictions in the HUD program in terms of your ability to raise rent. There's restrictions in the HUD program with respect to, there's just nuances in the HUD program in terms of what you can and can't do as a landlord that don't exist outside of the HUD program. And I realize that some of the guidance we've been given is that there's not something that says you can't set your rent what you want to as a landlord. But if the HUD program says that you can't set the rent and you have to enroll into the HUD program in order to qualify for accepting the vouchers, then contractually you've agreed you won't raise your rent because you have to.
Thank you, Bill.
I think those are the issues.
Bill, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Micah Cox. I'm here on behalf of myself and Kansas Holistic Defenders. Dear Mayor Larson, city commissioners, and city staff, Kansas Holistic Defenders is a nonprofit holistic public defender office representing poor and working class people charged with misdemeanors in Douglas County's District Court. The holistic defense model works through an expanded scope of representation that addresses both collateral consequences and the enmeshed penalties of court involvement, as well as the underlying issues that play a part and driving clients into the justice system in the first place. Since opening our doors in February 2022, KHD has served a variety of clients with an understanding that immigration status, race, gender, or income hold no weight in determining that a client deserves zealous legal representation. It has come to the Kansas Holistic Defenders' attention that the city staff has begun the process of revising Chapter 10 of the city's anti-discrimination ordinance, which leaves immigration status as an unprotected class. Through the collective work of community members, legal experts, city commissioners, and staff, revisions to Chapter 10 were developed over 2 years in hopes that that community safety would be priority. Community safety for all members of our community, regardless of immigration status. The common understanding through these conversations was that immigration status would be a primary component of the Chapter 10 revisions. Our office was premised on the idea that the intersections of our clients' identities, circumstances, and history must be taken into account in serving our clients' needs. Immigration status must be included in any revision to Chapter 10, with the understanding that the ordinance should not be updated without protections for all members of our community, regardless of their immigration status. Changes and revisions to Chapter 10 that do not explicitly protect our community members from differing immigration statuses are unacceptable and a matter of public safety. Our neighbors, regardless of immigration status, deserve and should be afforded the protections without hesitation from the City Commission. This is not a theoretical matter. We have seen firsthand how our clients' immigration statuses have been used against them by property owners as a means of exploitation, discrimination, and unjust treatment. Kansas Holistic Defenders strongly urges the commissioners to ensure the immigration status is placed into the language as a protected class before any updates or revisions are approved. Excluding immigration status as a protected class is both anti-democratic as well as potentially and very clearly harmful to our community. Kansas Holistic Defenders stands with the community and supports the proposed changes to Chapter 10 and Article 13 of the City Code with the addition of immigration status as a protected class. We implore both commissioners and city staff to prioritize the safety and health of all community members by ensuring that immigration status is protected before approving any changes to Chapter 10 or Article 13. Thank you.
Thank you, Micah.
I'm Timothy Wilson again. I'm here to refer you to the HUD and the other assistance programs. They are part of why I got where I am, and I am out of homelessness. Why would we end any program like that or not assist them in every way possible to get the people off the homeless list? It helped me. It can help everybody. I don't see why we don't want to do that with all our arms forward in it. I mean, it's operational, it works. They help me, they can help others. All they gotta do is try, and I know they can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Timothy. Any other public comment from the audience here? If not, then we'll move to Zoom. I'm sorry.
Blood-sucking landlords. My name is Ron Wright, a landlord, small-time landlord. But just address the issue of not requiring ability to pay rent, basically. How can, vouchers aside, no voucher, don't worry about not addressing vouchers at all because I would accept them, but how can I expect to get the rent paid if I don't know about the tenant's ability to pay? How can I, that's our really only way of knowing, and I'm just putting the tenant and myself in a real bad position because if they move in and they can't pay the rent because they don't have a job or they don't have any other source of income, some source of income, then I'm going to be in a position of where I'm going to have to be evicting them, and it's going to be just a mess. So that's about all I have to say about it. I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff up here, and I would like to have copies. I couldn't see the dark matter up there when the young lady was talking about the ordinance. No pun intended, but it was so dark I couldn't read it at all, and I would like to have copies of it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Any other comment from the audience? Okay, we'll move to Zoom.
Rebecca Buford, are you wanting to provide comment on this item?
Yes, I would. Thank you. My name is Rebecca Buford. I'm the executive director of Tenants to Homeowners. And having been a landlord and property manager for the last 22 years and only serving tenants of lower income, I strongly support this ordinance and want to speak from a landlord that there's really no reason to not support it. Section 8 vouchers provide consistent income. This is not saying you cannot have other things that you look at in an application. You just cannot blanketly say, I am not going to accept this tenant because they receive Section 8. So providing kind of angels to our better nature, that we're not left with stigmas and we really are forced to look at an application and all the criteria, rather than say we're going to assume that this tenant, because of a voucher or because they're receiving CARA assistance, they're going to be a bad tenant. And so I challenge all the landlords. I know this is a change, but that it is not going to make it impossible for you to not make quality decisions or even look at making sure that a tenant has enough income to pay for the rent. It's just saying you can't say no based on a particular kind of income that they have. And so I think this will allow us to be better stewards of our properties and give people a chance that we have discovered in the 20 some years that we've rented to people are exceptionally good tenants, and that the housing authority and vouchers are great partners and allow us to provide more affordable housing with those resources. And when we started the Housing Stabilization Collaborative during COVID, I was just shocked that some landlords, I would take a check to their office and they would refuse to take it. It's just a ridiculous thing. If someone has the money to pay the rent, whether it's a program or a voucher, we need to take it because people need to be healthy and housed in this community. So I support this fully and from a landlord perspective, and hope that you consider that. Thank you, commissioners.
Any other public comment on the Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bring it up. Back up to the commission. Any thoughts?
Mayor, I have a couple of questions. And this could be for Zach or Tony. I was going back and looking at what was presented to the Human Relations Commission and to AHAB, and then what was in our packet. And I know there's some subtle differences. Under the source of income, you had subsections A, B, and C, and then I know D wasn't included in what was presented to us this evening. Can you just explain why that piece was omitted?
Can you remind me what subsection?
Oh, it says it's 10-102.32. So the definition for source of income. So you have all the different criteria for defining source of income, and then in the one that was presented to AHAB, they have subsection D or section D that says any monthly housing assistance administered by any federal, tribal, state, or local agency or nonprofit entity shall be treated as income in the amount of 3 times the value of that monthly rental assistance. So just curious to know why that was omitted.
So in drafting this, just looking at best practices, the 3 times rental was not something that was recommended by kind of the sources I was referring to. And I think the language that was included in this ordinance before you would include all sources of income, including those types of income, just not at a different rate.
Okay. So the first half is covered by the language that was provided, and that was just taken out because of the 3 times piece.
Correct.
Okay. Going back to questions about immigration status. Tell me how HB 2717, if it does, incorporates into this, and how does federal law around the Fair Housing Act impacts this, if it does?
Commissioner, that's not something we really examined in drafting this. We were directed to craft an ordinance that included source of income as a protected class.
Okay.
So that would require some more research.
Okay. So in the context of talking about source of income, the immigration status was removed because you didn't believe it had context or association with source of income?
That just was not the direction given to me, our office.
Okay. There was, in regards to, I think it was Mr. Bill that talked about qualifying and enrolling as a HUD property, that there's a requirement for inspection on HUD's part, and then there's a requirement for inspection on the city's part. So, Mariel, city, if there's anyone from city staff that can talk me through that. I'm going through my child care licensing hat about duplicative of services, but I want to seem to say if an inspection is required by HUD, then the lesser one wouldn't be required, but help me understand that.
Yeah, I can answer both of the questions that that gentleman had. If that.
Mayor, I think Randy Larkin, our attorneys on the Zoom there.
If you want to answer that, that's
Yeah.
fine. I can also provide the housing authority's perspective.
Yeah, there you go.
Sure. This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, in the rental licensing ordinance where the city does inspections, if it's a section house or section 8 and they have a voucher and it's being inspected by HUD, then they are exempt from being inspected by the city. They'd have to register and they don't have to pay the licensing fee for that. But then the inspection is up to the federal government or whoever does that for HUD. So
Yes.
the city does not inspect those properties.
That's correct. Our inspectors take over and do our housing quality standard inspection. The cost is also not, as he mentioned, the rental licensing cost is waived. The additional question that he had, if you would like me to respond to that regarding rent increase. Yes. So our landlords are along with inspection every 12 months, allowed to propose a rent increase. They fill out a form that is turned into our office with the proposed rent increase, along with providing some comparables. So other units, their size, and what pricing they have. Our inspection team also looks at comparables. And if it is a reasonable rent increase, we grant that, which 9 times out of 10, it's very rare that we do not find that reasonable. It would be some pretty extenuating circumstances where the rent is just skyrocketed, requested, and we say, oh, you can't find any comps for that, so I'm so sorry, we wouldn't be able to. If that were to happen in that event, we do have that 90-day period where there is that renewal process per state law that we encourage. If the landlord is stating, I have to have this rental amount, I cannot continue with my property, we encourage a conversation with the tenant to go into an agreement, mutual termination of lease, or The other option would be to do a non-renewal. So we do absolutely allow rent increases. We do not determine the rent amount. That would be rent control. Though we do have what is called a payment standard that is conducted by HUD every year. They do what's called fair market rent, which is about the median rent per bedroom and we kind of say, hey, that's kind of where we're at as far as it. So as far as rent payment and what is reasonable. So when I have conversations with landlords, I say, hey, you don't have to set your rent like this, but this is what is reasonable according to HUD. If you can make that happen and take vouchers, fantastic. If that's not working for you, you set your rent price. You're not discriminating against source of income because the rent amount is not disputed in that particular ordinance.
So just a quick pivot real quick to you, Maria, and anyone else that would, if there's a landlord here that wants to add to if they do it or not, that's fine. In your conversations with landlords, I know being a renter here and being a renter in Johnson County, I noticed that several of the properties that I stayed at, fortunately, the property management company reported my rent payments to credit bureaus. So they enrolled into that. I know that is not a requirement, but it's something that's available. Do you see with some of the property owners, landlords that you're working with, do they participate in that? And if they are not, is there a reason why? Or do you know anything about that and what the cost would be?
Yeah. So in my experience in having conversation with landlords, we have not approached that subject of reporting to a credit bureau. It might just be a time thing or cost, but we typically do not have that conversation when we're talking about rent and what to look at for pricing.
Couple questions while you're up there. What is that? What is the amount now? And I know it changes every year, I think. What's the amount now? And
oh gosh, off the top of my head. So fair market rent, I can say for a one bedroom is a little under 900. Like you said, it is evaluated on an annual basis. We did see in 2022 a decrease in that rent, but we're starting to see it go up. We'll have the new one out set for, it's already been presented. October is usually when they come out with that. Voucher payment standard is what we call it. But it is effective January of 2023. If any landlord has questions on that, that is a resource that's on our website. I can also provide that, and it shows anywhere from a studio to a 5-bedroom. And we, as a housing authority, go 110% to fair market rate, so we go a little bit higher to kind of help close that gap of maybe what a landlord would like to set to the rent and then what we can accommodate. And all under the guise that this is affordable housing we're looking at. So, we're probably not going to meet the really big, expensive units. We're just looking strictly for affordable housing because these are low-income individuals.
Maria, you said fair market in Lawrence or Douglas County.
Douglas County.
For a one bedroom. 900.
Ish. I'm 836. Thank you. 836 as of 2022. And and that's 110%.
Yeah.
So, and it will increase 2023.
related to that, I think I'd heard, in addition to some new complexes that were maybe bought or sold stopped taking vouchers, there was also maybe an issue where rents went up quite a bit, and therefore in some locations that vouchers were no longer accepted. Is that, when you were talking about that process of them asking you, is that information correct? And tell me how that works.
So when it comes to increasing rent, if there's someone leased in place who has a voucher, we do require that form to be filled out, because we would have to factor the subsidy to see if it changed, to see if we're going to provide more subsidy, if the rental increase is okayed by us, or if the tenant will now have a portion that is an obligation for them to pay. So there is a potential that, a complex could be purchased, they can increase the rent, and we could say, hey, we can't find anything comparable to justify that. That's not reasonable. And then they can either, like I said, mutual termination is typically what we'd like to see if it's just not feasible, or they can move to a non-renewal. So I will say, again, not common. We typically see it as pretty reasonable, and we have a very knowledgeable and helpful inspection team that is searching for comps. We're definitely not just saying, oh, we can't find anything. They're searching pretty hard and making sure we can justify that rent increase, because we do see the balance of what tenants are having to pay and making sure that's affordable to them, but also seeing that the landlord does have a vested interest, and we want to make sure that they are able to keep up with their finances with regards to that particular unit.
Related to inspections, we received some letters. I know some landlords were concerned if they'd never been in a voucher program, and they have someone walk in the door and they want to rent tomorrow, or they have two people walk in the door, one wants to rent tomorrow without a voucher, one with a voucher. One could move in tomorrow. How long does it take to get someone through the process to get your property voucher inspected and ready for that person to move in?
I've seen it happen in less than 48 hours. It really depends on the communication between landlord, tenant, and the housing authority. So traditionally what happens is a interested voucher recipient will apply. The landlord will go through the application process, approve them. They'll disclose that they have a voucher, and they will sign what's called a request for tenancy approval. And that's just a preliminary agreement saying, hey, we want to move forward with this. And also that comes back to our inspection team and says, hey, we need to schedule an inspection. Our inspection team has a time frame in which they have to contact and schedule an inspection. If it's pretty quick, I know personal experience, our team is readily available. We thankfully don't have the burden of maybe a larger housing authority where they have a ton of inspections at a time, but we can usually schedule that within a reasonable time frame. The inspection's about anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes, and after that you can set a date to sign the lease, and we can get our contracts that we need for subsidy. So in a situation of getting it done, I've seen it get done pretty quickly, but we really try to work with the landlord to make sure it makes sense. And we do have that request for tenancy approval to indicate that they intend to move forward. We really don't want landlords to lose any money waiting around for their vacant units to be filled. So we try to respond as quickly as possible. And I say our inspection team is very good at it, and I'm very proud of the work that they do.
Thank you.
I just had just kind of along those lines in the landlord realm question. Do you guys have any available champions of the program that, landlords that are interested or curious or apprehensive can go ahead and contact and, kind of get it from a landlord perspective?
We absolutely do. I would, in the theme of their privacy, may want to ask them, but we actually, through our last landlord symposium, awarded a Landlord of the Year award to two of our landlords who were just showing initiative and housing folks, and they were both private landlords in numbers that we could appreciate. So I would be more than willing to talk with them and see if they would be willing to share their story. Both of those particular landlords have been very willing to communicate that, and one in particular has several properties in town and is one of the quote unquote big landlords, and it's just a great person to work with, and really helps us house specifically folks who have higher barriers, folks experiencing homelessness. Landlord has really championed that and take that on as an issue that they're concerned about. So I'm very much willing to connect that. And as a public comment from Rebecca Buford, she's one of them. She does have a nonprofit, but she is very much landlord, property manager, and can speak to those experiences.
I do have a little bit of experience with this. I just got into the program with some of my rentals, and I was actually, that was one thing I was worried about, is the time frame of getting approved. And and I was very surprised. I was surprised at how quick it went. And once the inspector came within a couple of days, and then as soon as they said you've passed inspection, that moment the landlord is covered for rent. That very moment, so they don't have to wait for the inspector to go back to the office and do whatever paperwork. It is from that day that an inspector approves it, which that's something I had not heard of before, but it worked out, and that's what happened. So
I do want to go back to the question that Commissioner Sellers asked, which was about the not accepting language surrounding immigration status. And so much work was done on that with a couple different policies. Tony, can you just remind me? My recollection was that, the city is going to work with someone in utilities. We're not able to discriminate against them for being having unclear immigration status. Am I correct in that?
A couple of years ago, yes, the city code was updated so that the any city services or any city programs you could not discriminate based on immigration status. So it was focused on city programs and city services.
Sure. But at that time, you didn't find anything in the Kansas statutes or Kansas legislature that would stop us from continuing that? Where Kansas isn't doing anything to stop us from continuing to not ask people about their immigration status?
I don't have any additional updates to provide on that.
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Well, I'll go ahead and start this on the discussion. I think that the program itself, based on the explanations that were provided tonight, I think that there definitely has merit, and I think that's something that I'm definitely interested in. One thing I'm concerned about is the outreach to the landlords at this phase of it. And I understand there were some forums, but landlords having the opportunity to actually see the language that's presented here tonight, it doesn't seem as though there's been a lot of outreach in that regard. So I would really ask the commission to consider an opportunity for that aspect of public engagement to occur before we move on to actually voting on this.
You think that, are you suggesting conversations just on Article 10 or doing Article 13 at the same time?
Whatever we're talking about Article 10 tonight.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I guess
Article or
I know we have some conversations to have on Article 13.
we do, and I think that's.
But are you thinking that is a two-step process, or open up all of the discussion, or do 10 first and then do 13 later?
Later. Later. I think to focus just on this narrow piece, I think that it would, it might be easier just to at least get this part out there in the public a little bit more. Because I think that the chapter 13 is going to be a pretty significant discussion, which is fine.
And related to the immigration status, if I understand staff hasn't looked at that per se, if we wanted to bring that back at maybe the same time we bring back discussion, after the landlords, what's the time frame on that to look at that and including that?
As they pontificate on that, what kind of timeline are you thinking? Because that's where that's where I start to get a little bit anxious. Because you're wanting community engagement on behalf of some additional We're not going to say
Yeah, additional.
because there's been a level of engagement in and around the conversation and around the topic. So I want that not to be lost. But when you say engagement with landlords, bringing back discussion about Article 13, what type of timeline are you thinking? Because your timeline may not be my timeline. So it might be good to know what you're thinking about that.
Again, I'm fine with just focusing on what we were going to take action on tonight, which is Chapter 10, Chapter 10, Article 1, and having that conversation about Chapter 13 later.
So you're wanting the community engagement as it relates to Article 13. And what is it, article or chapter?
No, Chapter 10.
Right. So you're wanting action tonight, but you're wanting engagement? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah.
What are you asking?
My preference would be to defer this vote.
Thank you. That's what I needed to hear. So you want to
have that conversation, have a little bit more public engagement on that aspect of it. Chapter 10, the Chapter 13 has, I believe, a lot more vetting to go through, and that's going to be a longer conversation that we need to have.
So ideally, as you're still pontificating, you may have a question. When would you think this would come back in front of us?
I would say as soon as staff can get that piece of it done, or whoever.
So you don't have a time, you don't have a wishful. So tell us how long this is going to take you.
Okay, I think there's a few questions going on here. So we are approaching the holiday season, so I don't see that Porter's team could get an engagement plan together and started really until after the first of the year. And I can't speak for Porter as to, what he would propose or plan for that public engagement. We do have a draft ordinance that is ready and can be, that's available on our website on tonight's agenda. So, we have a draft that's available to be looked at, but the extent of the public engagement, we probably would want some direction from that. Regarding looking at the adding immigration status, I think we would like probably until February to look at that, research it, and talk with some other city staff about it. So I think we could bring something like that back in February.
With bringing that back in February, and if we were to ask you all to continue conversations around Article 13, does that add a little bit, would that push out that timeline?
Yes, Article 13 and changes to contractor licensing or to landlord licensing, that would be a much longer conversation.
Okay.
The draft that was submitted to us, we have some serious concerns about the form that it is in, as well as the legality of some of the proposals. So that would take several months, and you'd have to help us understand what the priorities would be of our office, because we have the form of government discussion that you're very interested in having in January. We're commencing the review of the advisory boards, which is going also to be very staff intensive, along with our regular work and lawsuits and other things that are a regular part of our workload.
So I guess if we go to have, some landlord engagement, have some community engagement, not just landlord, community engagement on this, if that happens in January, assuming it happens in January, it's processed, it comes back to us in February, that sounds like it could line up with having that same night on that same discussion about immigration being included in that as requested by some of these folks.
And that's only chapter 10.
Yeah, chapter 10, but including immigration status in there, chapter 10, if that's, the feedback on that as well as the feedback on chapter 10 as is written. And then after that, you'd look at 13.
Right.
That's further down the road.
That down the road.
Yeah.
So is that a timeline that would be workable?
Mayor, if I may, on the community engagement piece, I think a lot depends on the scope.
Right.
of that, what you guys would want. So I think, you know, that's something important to talk about is, are we talking about a survey? Are we talking about community meetings? You know, because the more we add to this, the longer it takes realistically, and especially with the holidays. So even January and February is a fairly aggressive schedule with everything else that my staff has going on currently. So I just want to be realistic.
I don't think it's much as a survey as it's a meeting for, you know, landlords to ask questions, understand, you know, what it means. You know, get questions about what does it mean to be inspected and what does HUD, you know, require, and those sorts of questions, you know, that they understand.
It's almost like
And
a public hearing.
sadly, we don't, you know, we do a lot of work on all sorts of things, but until it hits our agenda, people don't really pay attention to it, you know. And so I certainly think there's a lot of people going, oh, I never heard of this before. This, even the one speaker night, I didn't hear about this till today, even though we've worked on it for 2 years. It's a sort of thing that I think there's, you know, so to me, it would be a meeting in which you know, similar to ones we've had before, but, with, you know, a little bit more city, you know, border behind it.
Yeah, that's what I envision. Nothing drawn out, just an opportunity for because we're talking about landlords. That's half the piece of the puzzle. We're trying to kind of put together and make work better, and so I think it would be appropriate for us to offer that opportunity for them if it's just a meeting, and let them have the document that has been put together and an opportunity to have questions answered.
So
with the Human Relations Commission there.
So real quick, so I'm gonna kind of agree on one point and disagree on another. Anecdotally, I hear what you're saying as far as the scope of what community engagement will look like. To take a little piece of reg promulgation, one of the parts or one of the aspects or key aspects of reg promulgation on a state level consists of providing a draft of the amended or proposed new reg to key stakeholders, allowing opportunity for a public comment period, and also allowing for a public hearing for those to share comments in an in-person fashion outside of written comments. So, you know, that is a process of promulgation. That is a process that happens on the state level. If that's something that this commission is interested in incorporating as we start talking about the complexities and the subjectivity of what community engagement is and what that scope looks like, I think that's something that is worth a discussion and might really be helpful to Porter's team. However, with what is presented in front of us, while it's a little bit more narrow than what I would like to see, understanding what it provides and what it offers and what it does do and what it does not do, I don't see so much of a concern in approving it on first reading and having opportunity between first and second reading to have some discussions and whatever that looks like, and it come back to us maybe in a second reading with some highlighted amendments on the consent agenda. I don't see based on what has been presented after countless of hours of research and study and conversations that, you know, I had the opportunity, and I don't say that because to add weight or biases to it, but just this, I can attest to the work that was put into this, and I can attest to the work that individuals put in to bring stakeholders involved, knowing that there had to be language crafted in a way that could execute what was hoped to be accomplished, while also not creating this sense of infringement on the rights of property management, those who have property, landlords, things of that nature. So I'm just a little bit anxious because I think the further we push this along, we weaken it, and we find ourselves not really truly being committed to what needs to happen. I mean, if the only thing that's keeping us from approving this tonight is a perceived sense of what engagement is with a community, I think there's a way to do that in how this comes back to us while addressing that, while moving on this and being able to do that piece. If deferring it is a way to satisfy something that we think is going to make this better, which it doesn't sound like it is, then I'm a little disappointed that we would do that. I understand the trickiness of the immigration status piece. I'm not a lawyer. I thought maybe some of the Federal Fair Housing Act stuff would cover that, so we wouldn't need to explicitly put that in the ordinance. But again, I'm not an attorney, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't speak to that. But I would like to get information about that. And as much as I hate opening up things that we're constantly working through, it's the nature of the beast. If we have to come back and open it and add that to Chapter 10, we can. But I don't see a benefit in us deferring this for this one piece when I think we can move action on this tonight, bring this back for a second reading, and in between that time, do whatever engagement you would like for there to be, whether it's a public hearing, whether it's a Lawrence Listen, because I haven't heard that. And I would like to know what would please the body as far as what that would look like.
Yeah, I think there's some merit to that, what you're just saying. I appreciate that. What I'm asking as part of my ask, though, is I'm trying to be consistent. And this is, we've pulled back things before where we believe we needed more public engagement. There hasn't been enough public engagement. And so
what is enough public engagement? That's very subjective.
That's a good question. I mean, like I said tonight, like was brought up tonight is could be just as much as a meeting with the other parties that would be interested in it. It could be just that. And so I'm just asking that we treat, when we bring big programs or big changes, these are important changes, and that we afford the opportunity for those who are going to have to be impacted by this, the opportunity to engage and talk about what their concerns are. Or they may say this is fine once they hear all the details. I've heard all the details, and I think it sounds like a pretty good program.
Right. So what I'm saying is, so help me understand. If we vote, this goes for first reading. Is there anything that says that a second reading has to be the following week?
Nope.
Can we say, okay, so let's say this comes back to us for a second reading.
Bless you.
Bless you. On the 10th or on the 17th, we can direct staff to do that. So if we did that and we identified tonight what type of engagement we want to have, what is preventing us from action tonight?
Yeah, just to follow through with that plan.
Okay, so if we did action tonight, voted on first reading, directed staff to do a type of community engagement and bring this back to us for second reading no later than January 17th, would that be something you're comfortable with?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, so let's identify then what type of community engagement we're going to do.
Well, I think that we just need to contact landlords. I don't know how that would be done. I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of that, and allow them the opportunity to actually see this document. These are the changes, and an opportunity to ask questions and get a better understanding from those who have put this together. I think they've done a good job, and also questions to staff legal.
So do you want staff to contact landlords, or would you like to do a public hearing?
I would prefer to leave it up to the city manager to decide how we can get in contact with these folks.
Yeah, your three-party, the state process of rulemaking, I think that makes some sense, and that's generally what we follow.
Yeah.
We have the licensing of our landlords, so we have a mailing address, so it'd be easy to do a mailer or outreach of some kind. directed at them, but then also make it an open public meeting where we generally receive more input from anybody who might like to give it.
Right. So we can send it out to those 3 entities and have a public meeting and
I think all of that can probably happen between now and the third meeting in January.
Okay.
But, it's a tough time for
I know.
scheduling.
I know.
So
That's middle of February sounds reasonable. Believe me, I want to this is really important work, and I realize the importance of it, and it's really needed. But if we're going to open it back up, and I don't have a problem with approving it on first reading and then holding second away in the middle of middle of February. What I'm worried about is you guys like juggling way too much. I mean, we're bringing back like election stuff beginning of January, other stuff. Then all of a sudden you're trying to smash this in by the third week of January, as opposed to it kind of seemed like you were strategizing about when you could go ahead and make a decent effort of it and still have it done in the middle of February. So I just want it done right. And I have a feeling, because I've been here a little bit, about a year, that when you say end of January, really, when it gets about a middle of January, it's going to be like, oh, I don't know if we're really going to be able to do it. We might have to push this back to middle of February. So I just want us to be realistic with it.
sure, I meant on having a public meeting
Okay,
that was
okay.
described. The legal research is going to take the time that Tony says it's going to take
yeah.
If we include the immigration piece.
on that specific piece.
Okay.
Mario, did you have I just had a,
From what I understood, the legal research was under the immigration piece, correct? So what I'm hearing from you and what makes sense, and I will reiterate, like, this is 2 years of engagement that has taken place, and we did not concentrate because we wanted to provide a community scope to all community members. I understand the need for landlord engagement. That is the antithesis of my entire job, and so I do take that ownership to be able to communicate. But if I am hearing a meeting, a public hearing, and a mailer can happen in the time frame, if that's coming from a city manager, then I think that even that rounds out the engagement piece, because we've done so much work. There has not been zero engagement, and I think that was mentioned by one of the commissioners earlier as a key point, that we haven't been hiding this or intentionally not including people in the conversation. If anything, it's been very open, and we have had landlords participate in this conversation. And so I think it's a fair request what Commissioner Sellers is presenting. I also feel this urgency of a legislative session at the state level is coming. And that is very important because, as we saw with a previous ordinance, sometimes preemption with state law can happen very, very rapidly. So that's just my 2 cents into this.
Yes.
Thank you.
Meryl, I've lived through a few of those, and that's very disappointing. I live it every day. So I think that's fine if whatever.
Yeah, I'm
All right.
fine. Yeah, I'm fine with like.
We still have 2 pieces, 2 schedules, the legal research and then the public hearing part. So I don't think you're going to be ready to consider it before both of those are done, right?
I can go either way. It just depends on, what timing wise, what we think we can make sure we cover ourselves.
I mean, there was some members of the public asking us not to pass
Right.
Chapter 10 without
Right.
including immigration status. And so my only thought was as we were going to that, we should maybe consider that at the same time, as opposed to, do source of income in January and then immigration in February and then Chapter 13 and whenever that happens.
Whenever.
So it seemed like it made more sense to put them together in February would be my thought process.
How does that align with the legislative?
They start in
mean?
January.
January.
Yeah.
And they go to turnaround somewhere around February.
So in order to cover ourselves, should we just limit it to the Chapter 10 without the immigration? And that's a different conversation.
kind of what I said.
Is that what we're?
Yeah.
Okay. And would you be comfortable with that in mid-January? Or
I
something?
believe so.
Yeah, okay. Got it. All right. Let's do it. You have a motion? Have a question, Brad?
Well, I guess what,
So just,
well,
I'm
I guess I'll
going,
wait to see what the motion is, then see what I'm going to say.
oh, were you looking for me to?
Well, I don't know.
I'm gonna talk this out. So I want to make sure all commissioners kind of understood what I was saying and laying out. So the thought process was for us to adopt on first reading ordinance number 9960. Then to direct staff to initiate conversations with landlord entities and to have our comms department provides a public meeting, a public hearing of some sort, and to bring this back to us for second reading no later than January 17th. That's not my motion. I'm just laying this out for you all. Does that?
I think that covers it.
Yep.
Just add the amending city code stuff.
Okay. Are we good?
Well,
Yeah.
if you make that motion, I guess I'm, not because I'm against it, but I guess I want to be respectful of those who want us to have immigration status at the same time. So I might vote against that, not because I don't want that, but to make that statement.
So is it the timing? So wanting us to,
Yeah, because we can't do immigration status by the middle of January. But again, if we have the votes, I mean, I'm not against it. I'm just
Right.
just trying to set forth. 'Cause
But
I think it
ideally-
is something.
okay.
Because, there is a concern that we pass this in January and then immigration status gets put off for months and months, and
That's good.
13 comes later, and then that gets put off. So
Yeah.
I do want to be respectful of that process. But I hear what you're saying. Chapter 10, I support source of income as well.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to make that
Right.
clear.
Then in that case, I feel like it's our responsibility to follow up on that and had set deadlines on it.
Yeah.
Then I certainly know I'm not going to forget about it.
I mean, for those of us who engage with the legislature, is the 17th good? Do we feel like the 24th? I mean, I'm just trying not to keep my stomach in knots. I want to bring this back. I would like to bring this back for a second reading in January. So if 17th, that's mid. 24th, we're not even meeting. So never mind. I'd call a special meeting then. No, I was just saying. But
Yeah, I think
we haven't done it before.
I think that's a good compromise. And then we can direct staff to bring back the immigration piece of it in February as a direction.
You could add that to the motion
Yeah.
to
Add
be
that.
clear and give us a hard deadline.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Add it to the motion.
Okay, so we did immigration status in February. And we kind of tickled around chapter, article, my brain is fried right now, 13.
That's later after immigration.
Yeah, but we got to give them direction to do it.
We got to give them direction to do it. We discussed it, that we said it goes in tandem with chapter 10, so
That's right. It is asking for additional policy recommendations.
yes. And just have staff bring us something back to work with partners and bring something back in the next 6
5
months.
months. 5, 6 months.
Did you say, Tony?
Yeah.
You didn't say.
Yeah.
Darn.
6 months.
You probably need, 6 months is comfortable, and you don't need to make that necessarily as a motion, but we'll
Didn't
put it
think
in
so.
as a future agenda item.
Okay.
Sherry will
Yeah.
So
start
just put,
listing that and you'll see
Article
it.
13 on a future agenda item.
Yeah. Ready to make a motion?
Oh, you guys want me to do it?
All the
You've been
questions.
scribbling away over there. Ask all the questions because I like getting all the answers. I move that we adopt on first reading ordinance number 9960, amending City Code Chapter 10, Article 1, Sections 10-101, 10-102, and 10-111 to provide equal opportunity to obtain housing regardless of source of income or status as a survivor of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, or stalking. In addition, that we ask that staff bring back to the commission second reading no later than January 17th, and to provide notification to landlords and to offer a public hearing on the proposed amendments to Chapter 10, as well as to bring back to the commission in February legal research and analysis on immigration status as it relates to Chapter 10, and to place Article 13 on a future agenda item.
Second.
I think I get bonus.
We have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 Nay.
Nay. We got 4-1.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, we're on to our second item on the regular agenda.
That's it.
Our last item. Okay, I'll frame it this way. Our last item on the regular agenda. Consider the content of the 2023 City of Lawrence Legislative Priority Statement.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Tony Wheeler, the City Attorney, and it is that time of year where the City Commission discusses a legislative priority statement to share with the legislature. The legislature does commence its work on January 9th, I believe. This year, we are proposing a slightly different approach to it and trying to streamline our statement, have it be succinct, and have it be tied to our strategic plan. So we did put together a draft of possible issues for you to consider after we compiled a list of suggestions that we received from the City Commission, as well as those that we received from city staff. So we're really here tonight to receive your feedback on the draft and to let us know if you have any changes. As you have experienced in previous years, bills and hearings are scheduled with very short notice, and it sometimes places staff and the commission in a difficult position to be able to respond to those. So what we're suggesting is that we have a statement that generally supports the League of Kansas Municipalities policy statement, unless there are any exceptions that you want to carve out, as well as our strategic plan. And if an item or an issue comes up in a time frame that we are not able to address the commission fully in a public meeting, that the city manager's office or staff be allowed to determine whether it is consistent with the League of Municipalities policy statement or our strategic plan. And if so, a letter of support or a letter of opposition, whatever the case may be, can be submitted, at the discretion of staff. So that's what we're suggesting this year. But of course, this is your statement, and we're here to take your direction. And Craig, I don't know if you have any additional comments or feedback.
So, Tony, as far as legislative tracking, do we have anyone on staff that's designated to track legislation and keep us abreast of things that are going on? So if there is something that we provide testimony on, either for an opposition to, who is monitoring that process?
We are fortunate in our office that we have Deborah Barnes, who works part-time in the city attorney's office and part-time as a city prosecutor. She is a licensed attorney in Kansas, but before she came to work for the city of Lawrence about a year ago, she did work for the League of Municipalities. Mm-hmm. So I'll ask her to keep an eye on legislation to the extent that she can with her other duties. We do rely on alerts that we receive from the League of Municipalities, and the city manager's office often is contacted directly by the Kansas Association of City Managers if there's something of particular interest. So it is sort of a team effort, but our office does have Deborah that will, keep an eye on critical issues to the extent that we can.
In addition to all of our associations of our professional staff, so in addition to the city managers, the police chiefs, the fire chiefs, all of the water, wastewater associations, we're very tight with them, and they usually put out a number of alerts if there's action to be taken.
Yeah. But I just noticed we often, any type of update, it's usually coming from a third party source. So I just didn't know if there was capacity to do that from here, but I can understand with so many different moving parts why that could be potentially difficult. So
Yeah, it is a staffing issue. There are cities that have a much more dedicated staff to do that, and we certainly can discuss that budget time. There are also consultants that are, helpful in some instances. They're consulting folks who will help us with that. They'll know we're one of their clients, and they keep us apprised of certain things and can help carry our message forward without it being a staff function.
So any questions or comments on what's proposed?
Tony, wasn't the intent to whittle this down a bit? Or
Yes, I think there was a decision to recommend that it be whittled down merely because the legislature, our legislative delegation, received many communications, and there's a lot of pressure on their time. So we thought if we really focus on the critical issues as the commission sees them, they can see them in on one page. It's easily read. It's handy to have and keep track of, as opposed to a multi-page little booklet or a little pamphlet. So yes, we did take a different approach this year and limit it to, just 5 or 6 items.
Any recommendations for changes to what staff is proposing?
well, they're not proposing all of this. That's how
Pardon me?
I took it, that we need to whittle it down, or are we not?
I think it's that one page, just the one page
Am I not?
with
It's
6.
under this.
Got
Yeah.
like 6 of them.
It's under that one.
Yeah.
And we did share everything that you all shared with us. We appreciate the input and some of the staff contributions. So we can keep our eye on those specifically, but not necessarily include them in a formal statement.
I did notice in the League of Municipalities we have quite a bit of cross ideas, and it seems like they cover quite a bit more, obviously. So that'll be captured there. So what do we think? What do we think? Are you okay with it,
Okay.
Commissioner Sellers?
Well, ask somebody else other than me. I do way too many legislative priorities, so
No, the public comment. Then.
yeah.
That's right. That's right. I forgot. We need to do public comment on this. If there's no more questions, let's do public comment on this item.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers, and I looked through it, and when I did the search thing on my computer where I put in the word marijuana to find out what our priority statement would be about marijuana this year, because in the past, I've said, well, why don't we should advocate for full legalization of marijuana, and in the past it was just decriminalize small amounts and allow it medically. When I looked through it, though, the only thing I could find about marijuana was in the statement from the League of Kansas Municipalities, and it looked like we're not even going to be issuing a statement on marijuana at all, which seems kind of crazy to me because when we when we made the $1 fine, part of it was, hey, we're sending a statement to Topeka with this. I mean, that was the purpose of the $1 fine, is that it's so minimal that it's crazy that we should be going after people for smoking it to begin with. So, and then we're making our legislative priority statement, and we're not including an issue in which we purposely made a $1 fine to send a statement to Topeka. So why aren't we including marijuana at all? And also, I believe their state reps are planning on introducing a medical marijuana bill towards the beginning of the session. So, and the governor's called for it. So it just seems crazy that we're not doing anything about marijuana. But when I look through, we are including a state, or staff wants us to include a statement about a system to regulate body works and massage, I guess. So it just seems, like what our staff's priorities are is they care more about cracking down on prostitution than they do about legalizing marijuana. And also, if we're gonna, when it comes to this regulating massage stuff, and the argument, oh, we're doing it to stop sex trafficking. If that's true, and it's about helping the sex trafficking victims, and not about cracking down on prostitution, how come there's no kind of statement about legalizing sex work or decriminalizing prostitution? Like, that would help also. Why is it only about regulating massage? So if you don't want to do, I say don't make a statement about marijuana, because you all are
Time.
too square anyway. Thank you.
Chris. Any other public comment on this? How about in Zoom? On Zoom? Well, Katie. No. Okay. How about on Zoom? Do we have any?
No, Mayor.
Okay. So any other direction or discussion the commission wants to have on this item?
No, looking at the 6 priorities, I think it's a great blend of staff recommendation while also incorporating some of the key high-level pieces of recommendations provided by the commission. So I do applaud city staff on that. There are items on here that I do believe speaks to policy concerns, and also, just current concerns that we're seeing, across the country and as well as in our community, whether it's talking about minimum wage. We know wages play a huge part in one's ability to access housing, i.e. source of income, also livable wage, which also backs into the need to look at expanding housing resources and funding opportunities for that, which backs into childcare. So there's a lot of synergy and fluidity between a lot of these 6 that there can be a through line that I don't have any concerns with. I think to Mr. Flowers' point about medical marijuana or just recreational marijuana, it's, I think just because something's not on a priority agenda for this year doesn't mean it can't come back. Some of those, when you're speaking to kind of the root cause and what's going to impact communities and what they're trying to do, I don't say it's just not a priority. It just sits kind of lower on the priority list. And if we're trying to talk about moving ourselves towards increasing wages, increasing access to housing, increasing housing type, increasing human resources and workforce. These pieces speak to that. And to know that our state legislature, for the third time, maybe it's a charm, that they'll get something worked out as it relates to medical marijuana, because I would be holding my breath as it relates to recreational in this state. You know, we can always advocate for that just because it's not on here. If it's something that rises and staff brings it to us or we share with staff, there's an opportunity to provide comment on it. We can provide written comment on it. We're just saying that these are the following priorities for this upcoming year that we feel like could help advance and move some of the outcomes and goals and strategies that we have here that we're trying to accomplish here locally. So I'm happy with it's put together. I do like a one pager. I like for my legislative priorities that I put together for other programs to be this short. So yeah, I have no objections to it.
Okay. I might add on the Body Works Advisory Board, Chris, that's not part of our legislative statement. Okay. So if there's no other comments on that, staff, that sound good?
Yeah, that's sufficient. Thank you. We'll get it packaged up and ready so that it can be distributed to our legislative delegation.
Do you want to go ahead and vote on it?
It doesn't ask us for a vote. We can vote on it, sure.
We will assume that is the legislative policy of the city. So I just want to have the,
Okay.
The stamp of approval on it.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. There's not, yeah. So I have a motion. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the 2023 City of Lawrence legislative priorities for the upcoming legislative session.
Second? Who got a second?
Second.
Got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the commission item, which is to discuss the reassignment of commissioner board and committees, whatever we've got. So,
Mayor, I do want to say that Peasley Center's on there and should not be. I apologize for that, but it's no longer a commissioner that's on there.
Yeah, I
It would just
forgot.
be the other ones that we would need.
okay,
to
that
discuss.
sounds good. So, I'm the sister cities and the Lawrence Public Library Board. Those are for the mayor still. Is that right? Those haven't changed. Okay. Vice Mayor Littlejohn, is there some areas that you'd like to pick up this time?
Yeah, it's I'd like to stay on BTBC if possible. And I can take one of your previous ones off your hand, like destination management or
Yeah, that'd be good.
something like that. But I would like also to share the wealth of CJCC. So I was on that last year, but yeah, I can probably do about 3. So
Okay.
if nobody is opposed to community health plan, I'd like to be on that as well.
Okay. And other commissioners?
Or are they not an even number now that we got rid of Peasley?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure.
I thought they were, sorry, I thought they were. And sister cities can be your designee. It doesn't have to be the mayor.
Okay. Yeah, I don't mind doing that. I kind of, since I went to Germany, it was fun. Yeah, I don't mind doing that one. So I'll do those.
In person though.
Okay, that's cool. The only one I would like to consider is whether or not Commissioner Finkel, you would let me do the EDC. Be okay?
I'm open.
Okay.
I'm open. I've been on lots of these boards different times,
Yeah.
so I'm open to serving where needed.
All right. Commissioner Sellers?
I love my boards. We do good work. And I enjoy being on them.
Okay, so that would be, you got
For Lawrence and Community Health Plan Steering Committee.
those are the two.
Yes, ma'am.
Something we also have is the MPO Policy Board. And In general,
You guys are
yeah,
in fifth.
Courtney loves it.
Get a hold of
yeah.
that.
yeah.
I love it.
Do you want to stay on that?
I love
You want to
it.
stay on? Okay, so we need one more person to be on that. A lot of times we like some of the newer commissioners to kind of get the feel of what that's all about. If any of the
One
newer
of the shortest
commissioners.
meetings you'll ever attend.
That's true.
You know what? I can drop health plan and be on MPO. With,
You can be on MPO.
yeah. I'll
That'd be
on
cool.
Okay, good. So you got MPO, DMI, and BTBC. Is
that.
that
Yep. That's me.
Brad? Or you?
That put me on CJCC.
If you want it.
Okay.
And then
BC, man.
you need me to do, if you want to do EDC, Lisa?
I would like to. Yeah.
So then is that Destination Management Inc. for me?
I've,
Well, you still on
Oh,
that?
yeah. I got
You got that.
I got
Okay.
BTC, BTBC, DMI, and now MPO.
Okay. CJCC is
All right.
good for me.
okay. And we need one more for the MPO board, or did we get a second person?
No, I think it's
Okay, you guys got those. So we got that.
Julie and I now.
Okay. And Brad's got the CJCC.
Oh,
Amber's going to be on Explore Lawrence as well as the Community Health Plan. Is that all of them? Sherry?
I believe so. Since this is a little bit out of order from what I have, can I just read them back real quick?
Sure, yeah.
Ma'am,
Just
please.
Okay, we'll
Shout
finish
out if
that
I'm
order.
wrong. EDC is the mayor. BTBC is the vice mayor. DMI is the vice mayor. Explore Lawrence is Commissioner Sellers. For the MPO, we have the vice mayor and Commissioner Shipley. CJCC is Commissioner Finkeldye. Sister Cities and the Public Library Board are both the mayor. And then the Community Health Plan Steering Committee is Commissioner Sellers.
Commissioner Finkel,
I have
only
three
get
and
one.
you only have one. Do you want MPO?
I only have one.
Yeah.
Yeah, she only has one
Yeah, I
too.
was like,
Okay.
why are people stacking up on three if we have an even number?
So do you guys want to switch? Anybody want to switch off?
Well,
You have three.
yeah,
Anyone else have three? You have three.
Amber's got
two.
Are you
Commissioner Sellers has two.
are you married to DMI? Do you have some great passion for it? Is
No.
that why you threw it in there?
No, I don't know. So yeah, anybody who would like DMI, they can.
We'll tell you, DMI has one meeting a year,
Oh, maybe I should. 'Cause I've got,
and it's in December.
and it's in December.
About an hour long.
Okay.
All right. Well, okay. Well, so it's
you
not
want-
it's not really a heavy load.
I'm fine either way. I'm gonna get into fisticuffs with you, but I am interested in what they do.
Yeah. It's,
Yeah, go ahead.
so Courtney will get DMI. We'll
Okay.
switch over to that.
Thank you.
Brad, anything you want to pick up or?
No, I mean, I think, like you said, you're the library in Sister Cities and then EDC, so I'm
When are
Fine.
the MPO meetings?
I'm fine with just the one.
They're 3:00 in the afternoon, the third Thursday, and then, yeah, we're all on Zoom still.
I removed it. It was on
Sorry.
just from copy error from last year.
Well, maybe
I
what
think
you
the
think.
criminal justice could be a lot of work. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on there. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to balance it.
It's got some going on.
So anybody want to pass anything off or grab anything or
Can we hear the list again?
the list again? Sherry?
Absolutely. EDC is the mayor. BTBC is the vice mayor. DMI is Commissioner Sellers. Explore Lawrence.
Oh, Commissioner
Shipley.
Shipley.
Was that just, sorry about that.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but that didn't say.
Yep. DMI is Commissioner Shipley. Explore Lawrence is Commissioner Sellers. MPO, I know you were discussing this, but I don't think there was a change. Commissioner Shipley and the vice mayor still. And then CJCC is Commissioner Finkeldye. Sister Cities and the library are the mayor. And then the Health Plan Steering Committee is Commissioner Sellers.
Does that sound? Got it?
Fine by me.
How you got only one?
Yeah, it's a big one though. I did want to mention, Mayor, it's relevant, so I apologize. There is a situation I noticed when I rolled off when you were on the year before. The performance review for the director of the library happens in December. So it's a little weird to come in January not knowing anything. So I wonder if we would agree amongst ourselves to just have that extra month to see how the review is. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the meeting's Monday.
Right.
Okay, so
And
that's
then and they've already turned in their performance reviews, so they'll do it. And then what happened was you had done the performance review, and then I walked in and I knew nothing, so I couldn't evaluate or make a
that's-
comment.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
Is that cool? Okay, cool.
yeah, no problem with that. Okay.
So in January, that will change?
Yes. Is that
Yeah.
yeah, in January.
In January, yeah.
Okay. And that's the library board.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, that clears mud. Good. Okay. Is this a public comment item? I don't think so. Is it? No. Let's move on to the city manager report.
Oh, no.
I had a commission item.
Okay.
I have one after her as well.
Okay, cool.
On November 8th, Douglas County Jump had its graduation. And for those who are not familiar with that program, Jump is a 12-week kind of business launch program that is subsidized through the chamber, who is a partner of ours. And this 12-week program takes cohorts through, and they go through about 30 different topics, 15 different assessments. They go, and it's giving them the tools that they need for someone who is thinking about or has a plan in mind to start a business. It is BIPOC focused. It is all across the state. It started in Wyandotte County. Its proprietor is Kira Cherie. And so she had worked with the chamber to bring this on, and through funds subsidized the I guess you could say subsidize the fee to participate. And so while they usually have about 12 to 15 individuals who go through each cohort, Douglas County had its first cohort graduate on November 8th, which they invited folks who have been a part of that process to attend. Of course, that was a commission meeting and an election night. So, and it happened during that time. So no one could go. Of the 8 graduates, 5 of them actually did a pitch that night for startup dollars. And so, as we have in our strategic plan efforts to bring awareness to arise and figure out strategies and opportunities to help women and BIPOC-owned businesses. What I would like to entertain to the commission, just as a small token of appreciation, to say that we see you and we applaud you for these efforts, just to send a letter to the 8 graduates that is, just language just about how, this work speaks to what is part of our strategic plan. We wish them well. They have a partner in the city, similar to what we do at ribbon cuttings, have it electronically signed by the governing body, just to say folks are seen. That's huge. I can attest to just the little things, especially for a business owner or just for individuals who are often not seen in their community, what the significance of that letter could be. One of those 8 graduates could end up owning multi-million-dollar companies, and it might, they may decide to put their headquarters here, and they may decide that based on the fact that they remember when the city commission sent them a letter supporting them and rooting for them. So I would just, just to direct someone from Porter's team to get you some good language. We can all look at it, review it, put it on some good city letterhead, and just have, just to say here. And I mean, and I can provide Porter with contact information, so to get the names of those who graduated, and maybe we can put them in the mail to them. But it's just a simple, we see you, we thank you, that we could offer.
How do folks think about that?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you.
Are you wanting to see the language before we send that out? Because if so, then we'll need to bring it back.
They're going to have to sign it.
Yep, we'll bring it back next.
Well, I mean, we could opt for electronics signatures.
I think it'd be great to have original signatures.
Hey, I started the conversation. Take it wherever you want to go.
Okay. So we can bring that back next week.
We'll draft it. I don't think you need to
Yeah.
necessarily vote on it or anything.
No.
We'll draft it and get it circulated for your signature.
Okay. Okay.
I have one. Yeah, hopefully I'll try to make it as quick as possible. Given what we were talking about earlier today, and just components of it, people in our community are hurting. People in our community are in need. And if you have the opportunity to go ahead and help your fellow person, I would encourage you to. Any little you can do can help. Just even an encouraging word, because you don't know how much that can matter to people. Unfortunately, I think, folks this time of year don't necessarily feel heard, don't necessarily feel seen, and don't necessarily feel loved. So if you can do that, contribute in any way you can, I think it will go a long way. To that end, if you have any chance possible, I would highly encourage folks to help out with the winter shelter. They are always looking for volunteers, and we need all the help we can get. I know nothing's perfect, but we do the best we can with what we can. So that's the Lawrence I believe in. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other commission items? Or move on? Okay, City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a couple of items. The first one is the recommendations from the Sustainability Advisory Board on noxious weeds, invasive plants, and managed natural landscaping. They have sent you their recommendations. Staff notes that we will be updating our code that pertain to these things and suggests that be incorporated when we do our review with that. The next item is our sales tax report. Obviously, we're seeing increased positive trends in sales tax. Don't know if that lasts forever, but it's good news as far as our budget is concerned.
I know that the report that came out said that the state didn't collect as much, but even though they didn't collect as much, we still managed to have a good increase. So.
Yeah.
And then the future agenda items is the only other thing. Happy to answer any questions. I think we probably have some people to comment.
Any questions to manager? None? So this item is open for public comment.
Thank you, guys. So my name is Ben Sykes. I'm an SAB board member and the subcommittee champion for the revised ordinance you all received a staff report on. As stated in the preamble to the code itself, these revisions will align the noxious weed list with county and state, clarify enforcement while incorporating restorative justice practices, and promote the use of sustainable natural landscaping that will help us achieve key municipal and sustainability goals. We worked on these revisions for over a year, including members of the public, Lawrence home builders, and conversations with city staff. Those conversations were excellent, allowing us to target specific strategic plan progress indicators, aligning this with Plan 2040, minimizing the impact on new developments, and yielded balance on enforcement and property rights. This staff report comes 4 months after City Commission received SAB recommendations. We appreciate the ongoing larger code efforts and consideration of this as part of the land development code. But I respectfully disagree with staff that individual revisions need to wait on alignment with other code revisions that aren't due until 2025. Implementing these revisions has minimal costs, and doing so now would allow a trial period to identify strengths and weaknesses that can inform the incorporation of these elements into the final land development code. I've searched the property management code thoroughly and find no mention of weed management or exterior vegetation. Well, we are not talking about equipment for outside, we're talking about the vegetation itself. Conflict with the PMC were also raised previously about urban agriculture and ultimately led to that code being established. This is a key reason why we chose to carefully align our revisions with those for urban agriculture. These revisions are badly needed. Many plants on the noxious list are native and beneficial to pollinators. The enforcement provisions help provide a path for arbitration and a scaled fine system. On natural landscaping, these changes help homeowners establish native vegetation and other managed landscaping without City Commission exemption, which is currently what's on the books. I appreciate City Commission reviewing these recommendations from their advisory board and city staff's time in assessing them. We've heard tonight about urgent and complex problems that you guys have to deal with on homelessness and on housing. These revisions are relatively low-hanging fruit, and I urge you to prioritize them so we can deal with the larger challenges we face.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this?
Hi, good evening, Michael Allman. I'm speaking for Forest Floor Permaculture, which is a half-acre urban agricultural site that I manage here in town. It's where I live. But first of all, I want to congratulate Mayor Larson and Vice Mayor Littlejohn for your election. I didn't make it last week because I was sick. So anyway, I'm better. But I'm glad to see you here. I'm not going to talk about the benefits of the natural landscaping ordinance because, in my opinion, it speaks for itself. And if you have read it, you can see what those benefits would be. What I'd like to address is the process by which we move forward to a point of adopting it. What the staff has suggested, the planning staff, Jeff Crick in the agenda report, has some good aspects and some not so good. His main suggestion is to incorporate the natural landscaping ordinance as part of the development code. And I would definitely support that. We've been kind of working towards that all along. It's kind of tricky. This is one way you can go, and I suggest we do that. It's tricky. Chapter 20 is the land development code. The existing weed ordinance is part of Chapter 18 under Article 3, which is trees, which is kind of weird that it's in there. The natural landscaping ordinance is intended to replace the weed ordinance. So incorporating it into Chapter 20 means we'll take the weed ordinance out of Chapter 18. I don't know if that's clear, but I think we should do that. And Commissioner Finkel and I, of course, could address the whole question of the development code. The other way we can go, which I suggested in my letter, is have planning staff develop a text amendment, bring it to the Planning Commission, bring it to you, and then adopt it as an ordinance. And then it's incorporated in the existing code. What section you put that in, that's up to you. What I don't think should happen is the suggestion by Mr. Crick that this be reviewed in the context of the property maintenance code. That is a red herring. It's an obstruction to natural landscaping. It was amended by the Urban Agricultural Code in 2016 to eliminate the conflicts that were obstructing urban agriculture. So that's already been done. You don't need to do it again, and it would delay this until 2025, and we don't need that. So
Thank you, Michael.
those three ways are ways you could go. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? City manager report. Anything on Zoom?
Yes, Nancy Muma.
Hi, I'm Nancy Muma, citizens of Lawrence, and a member of the Sustainability Advisory Board. And I would like to urge you to go ahead and adopt this ordinance now and not wait until 2025. I think it would be great to incorporate it when it's looked at in 2025, but to go ahead and adopt this ordinance now. I think that the issues that have been reviewed by Ben Sykes and his subcommittee of the Sustainability Advisory Board were very thoughtful and thorough. And it's really important to try to get these changes incorporated as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Public Zoom.
No, Mayor.
Okay. Bring it back to the commission. I think that brings us.
I would only say, as relates to the code, it is. I mean, it's a code that has different parts to it. It has the noxious weed and has the land development code. Again, I'm not 100% sure. Looking as I've studied this, if everything in this code should be in the land development code. There's certainly very important parts of it that absolutely need to be in the land development code. And so I do think that has to be looked at. And then how we line some of those procedures. For example, this has a detailed procedure on arbitration and, abatements. Well, we don't really do arbitration anywhere else in the code. How do we handle that and some of that process? So I do think there's some overlap. I'm not sure all of that would end up being in the development code, but certainly parts of it should be looked at and incorporated into, our land development code as we go through that process. I mean, there's a whole section on landscaping, environmental, those sorts of issues need to be in the land development code.
Okay. Any other comments on that? Okay. Any other? Yeah, that's it. So we'll move on to the calendar. Anything on the calendar that needs to be added or discussed? If not, move on to our final item.
Move to adjourn.
A second.
Second.
First and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.